Welcome to the Out There channel, live stream 239. I'm just going to kick off the intro and we'll do see if the volume sounds alright on the mics. So let us know out there. Okay, why is it not working? Here we go. Going down. Hello. Hello. Good to be back. And I think it's corrupting. Oh, jeez. What's going on here? So, my mic's not very good. So I'm going to have to check that out. I haven't got... Hello. Yeah, it's corrupted, isn't it? Let me have a look. Is it any better now? I think it's clearer. Okay. Better unmute Robert. Okay, we're going to look for the clicking sounds, hissing sounds, corruption noises on the mics. So something strange goes on here. So we're still trying to pin it. I think it's a bug in the software, but it's all we got to work with until they improve it, I guess. How's it sounding now? Is Robert there? What are we doing today, Robert?
Okay. Yeah, sure. I'm here.
What are we doing today?
What are we doing? Okay, the Carlos Santos mid-air UFO encounter in 1975. Then the Trumbell County UFO incident, multiple witness incident as well. That was in Ohio in 1994, so relatively recent. And then, oh God, what a can of worms! The Italian friendship case, which ran over decades from 1956 to 1990.
I forgot to type my welcome message yesterday too. Hey Chan. Thanks for liking out there. Live 239. So I've called this one Captured by UFOs and Visited by Aliens. Because you said choose a title yourself. So I didn't have much time to research what you were doing. Good.
Well, that's a
That
complete disaster of a title, Paul.
was it.
It's not that relevant. It doesn't matter. It's okay. It's okay.
Well, the friendship case is about aliens, isn't it, Twizerton? And
yeah, it's also about the contactee movement that began in the 50s, which
and the first one in
well,
Mexico, the guy
likes
gets
of
captured by a
I
UFO.
need to
But anyway,
turn you down a bit, Jesus.
yeah, all that's going to be different now. As long as we're not getting any crackling. You sound good, I sound good, but how it comes out Google's
Okay.
another thing.
Yeah, okay.
I haven't heard any strange clicks or hisses, but that does happen. It happened in the
Mhm.
live yesterday, but
Yeah.
I didn't hear
Paul,
it once.
I need Paul, will you listen to me for just 1 second? I need the YouTube link because I can't post anything to you otherwise.
YouTube link. Didn't I post
I
it to
asked you for it
you?
about 10 times.
I'm sure I posted it to you.
No, you never.
Okay. Posted it on Discord, of course. Hang on, guys. I gotta. So I've changed the name up the top here on this silly program, but anyway. Or another add-on. So it doesn't leak our security. There it is in the chat. But
Oh.
we're doing the Trumbell County. I think I've got a map up for it.
Yeah, we're not doing that one first, are we? Are we?
That's what you had in the list as first.
No, I don't
Yes,
think
you
it did.
did.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, you
It
did.
doesn't matter.
It's going to stuff up Susan. We have to rearrange the topics. So what are we doing first then?
Well, I thought we were doing the Carlos Santos case, but
Oh, right. Maybe that was the first one. Yeah.
yes, it
I
was.
didn't get any good pictures on that one. That's probably why I skipped it. Yeah.
Well, it was in
So
mid-air, so all you're going to get is a picture of
yeah,
fresh air, basically. So
we're doing this one on Mysterious Universe, is it? Or you got another link? So
yeah,
we're looking at.
no. Yeah, we can use that link. That's fine.
So we're looking at
The one that you
Mexico
have.
here, middle of
Yeah.
America. I'll just go to zoom down a wee bit. So this case is about a pilot flying between those two locations, from the coast to the middle of Mexico there. And a UFO intercepts him. So it looks like what a rugged area there, is it? Jungle. Looks fairly green for Middle America. Is that mountains
I think
there?
it's more admirable than jungle, isn't it?
That mountain ranges or lots of cities? It's a bit hard to tell. We'll keep going down. That looks like mountain ranges there, is it? Yeah, I suppose it's on the edge of the bottom end of Mexico, isn't it? Around about there. Because now we've got South America coming down this way. Is it? Where's South America start? Must be here somewhere. Yeah, so you can see here it's surrounded by these big fault lines like New Zealand is. And maybe
that's another subject on its own. Fault lines and UFOs. We'll have to do that one day, you know. So there does seem to be a correlation there.
Could create Earth lights, as they say, but yeah. So we got a link, have we?
Yeah, sure.
For this one.
But it's the same. It's the same one as you have, Paul. But I'll post it anyway.
Okay. If it's the same, post it down the side. Captured in mid-air, the Carlos thing. So we're just
Yeah, it wasn't just one UFO either. It was three in total, I believe. 3 of them.
This web page is stopping me selecting for some reason. Something crazy going on. So look, gets there, goes off. That's really weird. I think this plugin is a bit crazy. Maybe we can just kick it off from the top. Oh no, we can't. Selecting now. It's got to be some JavaScript playing around. Oh damn. I forgot. No, it won't come up. Gotta go backwards. Where's the
Paul, I don't
readout?
know what you're doing.
Where's the readout icon disappeared to? Where's the speech thing? Have to do it this way.
Captured in midair, the Carlos Antonio de los Santos case. Among the thousands of UFO reports gathered by investigators and civil or official agencies, perhaps the more compelling ones are those involving aviators, because it is generally assumed these highly trained individuals have observational skills above those of the average witness, and their long hours in the air have also exposed them to all sorts of atmospheric and natural phenomena. So when a pilot reports an anomalous object during a flight, there's a higher chance the case involves something beyond conventional explanations. Some of the most famous close encounter cases fall into this category. The dogfight over Tehran in 1976, Japan Airlines Flight 1628's encounter with a giant UFO over Anchorage in 1987, Captain Ray Bowyer's observation of an equally enormous object over the English Channel in 2007, etc. Leslie Kean's New York Times bestseller book is a great source of reference, filled with first-hand testimony of brave men who have not hesitated to put their career and reputation at stake. In order to reveal a truly disquieting truth, our skies are the domain of what sometimes appear to be mysterious craft under intelligent control, and these intelligences seem to be very interested in our own planes, which are clearly no match to their superior speed and high maneuverability. In her book, Kean briefly mentions a case that has attained by now an almost legendary status in the annals of ufology, the disappearance of private pilot Frederick Valentich during a night flight over the Bass Strait between Melbourne and King Island on October 21, 1978. My good friend and colleague, Micah Hanks, has grown more interested over the years about Valentich and the circumstances surrounding his unresolved evanescence, and it's easy to see why. Not only is the idea of UFO abducting a hapless pilot in mid-flight both alluring and terrifying, but the story is also charged with a certain romantic aura due to Valentich's young age, and the fact that he was completely alone when he apparently had an encounter with an extremely bright, large aircraft that looked as if it was playing with him. A game that, as far as we know, turned out to be fatal for the novice Australian pilot. A plaque commemorating Valentich's disappearance. A few years ago, when the official report on Valentich's case was published online by the Australian government, I spent an entire Saturday afternoon poring over the digitized copies of the faded and sometimes illegible notes, written by the agents who interviewed both Frederick's parents and his then-girlfriend. I remember telling Micah that for me, the most interesting thing I found out through the report was the fact that Valentich had had an apparent interest in unidentified flying objects, and he had also been very impressed with the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind, which had been released the year previous to his disappearance. During a conversation between he and his girlfriend, the young woman told the investigators. The subject of UFOs was brought up and Frederick told her how he would like to take a ride inside a flying saucer, but never without you. I didn't realize how deeply moved Micah had felt by the account.
What the hell?
He released a song inspired by this very phrase. Yes. And worthy of further inquiry, despite some debunkers' attempts to downplay it. And yet I think there's an even more important close encounter case involving a pilot that hasn't gotten the level of attention it rightfully deserves, The harrowing story of Carlos Antonio de los Santos Montiel, a young Mexican pilot who once found himself at the complete control of 3 anomalous objects surrounding his aircraft. Unlike Valentich, however, Carlos returned from his face-to-face with the unknown to tell the tale. The encounter.
Okay, stop it, Paul.
It was the morning.
Yeah, I reset the mixer. Something went crazy there, didn't it?
Yes.
So they still got some bugs in their mixer software, obviously. I'm not too sure how to fix that. Probably something to do with the buffers, probably. Probably have to increase them, decrease them, or whatever. But yeah, it looks like we're going to have to do some more testing. We'll just keep it like that for the time being. And what do you want to say at the moment?
Well, yeah, there's an interesting comparison to the Valentich case there.
Yeah.
You know, the guy was panicking, but at least he lived to tell the tale. It must have been a harrowing incident. That, you know, for the lad, he was quite young as well, or 23 years old, working for a private company. I don't think he's going to be making stuff like this up, and it was also, you got your radar data as well as your visual. So
well, people make up.
The case is fairly in stone.
Well, if he's going to make up stuff, there would be an excuse why he'd be making stuff up, like maybe he was delayed and he was going to lose his bonus or whatever.
Well, hold on a minute. Make stuff up. So you're calling that hoax?
Well, yeah, the only reason a pilot would lie is if they had another motive. Yeah. And normally it would be that they're running late or want to get the bonus cash with delivery time, stuff like that, you know. So you're saying, why would he make stuff up? Well, he's 23 years old, he's going to want money. So, yeah, or, you know, he may...
You do suffer from a pretty nasty case of paranoia. You think people are making up things all the time when it comes to these UFO cases. So did he make the radar data up as well?
I don't know. It may have been a drug-running plane that he encountered.
What?
It could be a...
What?
Could be a
maneuvering the way it did.
Well, I don't know. So we're carrying on.
Paul,
but I'm just...
I don't know if you've been on any drugs today or something, but you need to listen to the case, take it in, yeah. And I'm trying.
But you're making assumptions as we're going. Why would anyone lie at 23? And I'm just telling you why they're going to lie.
Okay.
It doesn't mean he did lie. I'm just stating the facts. You can't simply make general
stating the facts that he could have lied. Any human being can lie, Paul. We all do it all of the time. Sometimes to save people from, you know, emotional hurt. We lie.
No. You're just making a generalized. You're just making a generalized statement. Why would he lie?
Okay, but you're trying to debunk this before you've even heard the full story.
I'm not debunking it. I'm just stating.
You're trying it, yeah, but you're already trying to.
I'm stating why would people lie?
Paul, you're putting a very negative spin on this already. I think people want to hear the case. They don't want to hear you.
Carry on.
Yes, sure.
Yeah,
you're hard work sometimes, Rob. Anyway.
It was the morning of May the 3rd, 1975, and Carlos was a 23-year-old pilot working for a private company, eager to attain more experience and more flight hours under his belt. You could say the need for speed was in his blood. Both his father and older brother were also pilots. On that day, the memory of which would haunt him for the rest of his life, young Carlos was returning from Zahualtenejo, a coastal city in the southwestern state of Guerrero, to Mexico City.
Right.
He woke up very early, had a good breakfast, fueled so he would pilot, detailed the flight plan, and took off for the Benito Juarez International Airport on
that again.
He woke up very early, had a good...
how do we go back? Used to have arrows here that you can go back with. Let's see if it'll corrupt
He
now.
woke up very early, had a good
No.
breakfast, fueled the piper.
It's not starting from the top, stupid thing. Where's the damn icon gone?
He woke up very early, had a good breakfast, fueled.
Yeah, it's got some issues with it, isn't it? No, it's having trouble selecting this text. Look. I maybe have to stop it.
You know, the thing is, yeah, you're fiddling about with stuff all the time. If it's not broken, don't fix it. Because all you've done by trying to fix it is make it a whole lot worse.
The sound was all corrupted, mate. I had to stop it and start it going.
Googletig.cmd.push. Googletig.cmd.push. Function. Google.
Sure. It's not selecting the right text here. Oh, here we go. The bell's down here. Now it should go.
Googletig.cmd.push. Function. Googletig.display. Dive GPT add 1.5.
I don't know what's going on with this software. Let's reload the page. Something's screwed up with it. The encounter. The icon's not coming up. Yeah, stuff it. It should be working. Well.
Googletig.cmd.push. Function. Googletig.display. Dive GPT add 1523538705660-0 single quote.
Where would we get to here?
You've just gone back to the beginning of the article, Paul.
I don't know what it was reading. It wasn't making any sense whatsoever.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on.
Googletig.cmd.push. Function. Googletig.display. Dive GPT add 1523538705660.
It's almost like it's gone to a number station there. Oh, the men in black have got us again.
Nothing to do with the men in black, mate.
Yeah, okay.
All to do with you tampering with technology.
No, it's the microphone was corrupting for the reader.
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing pictures coming up either before. So I'm not getting the icon that I should to read that line out. And it won't let me select. Look. Trying to select the end of the line there. It's got some nasty script running in the background, I guarantee it, on this.
I don't really see why you cannot highlight text.
Well, it's not going. You can see here, I get to there and it disappears. Look.
Yeah, I can.
I'm doing it that way.
There you go.
So where's the icon gone that reads it? It's having trouble. It's not reading it properly. I wonder if they did some updates overnight. It almost sounds like they have. Yeah, so it should go straight away.
The encounter.
Hey!
It was the morning of May the 3rd, 1975. and Carlos was a 23-year-old pilot working for a private company, eager to attain more experience and more flight hours under his belt. You could say the need for speed was in his blood. Both his father and older brother were also pilots. On that day, the memory of which would haunt him for the rest of his life, young Carlos was returning from Zihuatanejo, a coastal city in the southwestern state of Guerrero, to Mexico City. He woke up very early, had a good breakfast, fueled the Piper PA-24 with registration XPZO he would pilot, detailed the flight plan, and took off for the Benito Juarez International Airport on what should have been an easy and uneventful flight.
Okay.
We've already done that bit, but there's no harm in recapping on it.
Okay, so there he is with what type of plane is that? A Cessna?
No, I think we've gone over that. I don't think it was a Cessna.
Well, I wasn't.
It was a light aircraft, single propeller, I think, wasn't it?
I don't know what it is. It should read out the next paragraph. Hopefully, okay. Come on.
Just a few seconds after he passed the VHF omnidirectional radio range 4 beacon located in Tuquesquitango and corrected his course, Carlos had an eerie feeling, as if someone, or something, was observing him. Not an unusual sensation if you're sitting in a crowded bar, but certainly unexpected when you're flying thousands of feet above the ground. And that's when the pilot glimpsed something out of the corner of his left eye. He turned to observe a wingless craft of a dull gray color. The object, which had a shape of flattened rugby ball, was smaller in size than Carlos' plane, about 3 to 4 meters in length, with the cabin on top equipped with a windshield made of what looked like polarized dark glass, was flying silently just above the Piper's left wing. He immediately had the same weird feeling coming from the other side, and saw a vehicle with the same characteristics flying over his right wing. Original sketch drawn by the witness. Carlos had no time to react, because a third UFO appeared right in front of the cockpit, and this one plunged to the underside of his Piper at a 45-degree angle. Fearing a collision and acting out of pure instinct, the pilot pushed the controls forward to dip the nose of the plane. The object dove in and loudly scraped the lower part of the fuselage, damaging the landing gear. Diagram explaining the position of the three objects in relation to Carlos' plane. That's when he realized it. The aircraft was not responding. He had lost all control.
Okay.
Yes, man.
Yeah. Okay. So we know what the plane is now. It was a Piper. Yeah, it was quite a popular plane in its day. So he lost all control over the airplane. Now, does that correspond with another incident that we covered, Paul? Do you remember? Remember the one with the helicopter?
Was that a Piper?
No, not with the helicopter.
One with the helicopter. I'm just trying to think. What's the name of the case? Do you know?
No, I think it was in Montana, wasn't it? In the 70s as well. I think it was 1974 when a helicopter went into a dive to avoid a UFO, and then was dragged up a couple of thousand feet. Remember that one?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
the laser beam
feels a little bit similar. Some kind of The pilot was washed in some kind of blue light, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
And before he knew it, he'd gained several thousand feet of altitude. And but the only thing is his joystick was still pointing down, so he should have been heading down into the dive, and he was actually afraid to touch anything in case it went wrong again. It had been taken out of his control. But it'd be interesting to see the radar data on this and where it actually came from. So you can carry on with that if you like, Paul.
I'm not sure if the helicopters fly by wire or not, but you think nowadays they use fiber optics, so it's not doesn't get interference from EMF and other things like lightning storms, but and mobile phones, of course. But yeah, just carry on.
He had lost all control over the airplane. The young pilot felt like he was losing his mind. He had never taken the issue of flying saucers seriously before, and neither had his dad or his pilot friends ever mentioned them. Now he was surrounded by not one, but 3 unidentified flying objects mere inches away from his fuselage, with Carlos completely defenseless and at their mercy. It was as if some mysterious force or energy emanating from the objects was guiding the plane and keeping it on the air. In a rage, he frantically tried to ram the object to his right, but all his maneuvers were to no avail. The plane kept its original course, but it was gaining altitude, and Carlos Antonio feared that if it went any higher he would die because his cabin was not pressurized. A scale model of the objects that took over Carlos' plane. Crying, Carlos proceeded.
Okay. So this isn't just the kind of story you'd make up. You know, his landing gear was damaged. This is, and what unless he had a fairly in-depth knowledge of UFOs and aircraft encounters, this guy seems to be telling the truth. You know, it seems credible to me at this point, at least.
So we carry on, or there's a model of the UFO.
But just do one or two paragraphs at a time, Paul.
That kind of looks like some early Black Project's flying saucer design, doesn't it? Where they had the little...
Okay, yeah.
Where it looks like it had the cabin at the rear end of the craft. Yeah. It's not central. It's not central to this flying saucer, is it?
Oh no, it's not aliens, Paul. No, you can't mention the aliens. Oh, I did, but I think I got away with it. We've got to blame all kinds of man-made flying saucers, haven't we? Because you're afraid of the aliens and you don't want to be here.
And we can't say it's aliens. It's got windows on this as well.
Well, if it's not ours and it's not theirs, and
how do you know it's not ours?
Okay.
Anyway.
Yeah. Well, where's that technology
Carlos
now then?
proceeded to do the only remaining thing in his power. He radioed a Mayday message to the control tower in Mexico City to alert them of his situation. Below is a clip containing a fragment of the original recorded transmission. Translation: 014, C, Mexico Center, from the Extra Bravo Extra Alpha Union, XBZO, Mayday Mayday Mayday. 019, Mc, go ahead XBZO. What is your emergency? 028, C, Mexico Center, from the XBZO, I am surrounded. Mayday. 032, Mc, Zozo, proceed. 037, Mc, Zo, Mexico Center, proceed. 041, C, Zo, I am apparently flying without control. The plane is without control. I am not controlling the plane. 048, C, I have 3 unidentified visual objects flying around me. 054, C, I have 3 unidentified visual objects flying around me. 058, C, one of them rushed toward the plane and it hit me on the lower side of the plane. 102, C, it stays close to the landing gear. The control tower instructed him to decelerate, but the controls remained unresponsive. The extraordinary ordeal lasted approximately 18 minutes, which surely felt like an entirely lifetime in the mind of poor Carlos, who with each passing moment felt more sure of his inevitable doom. Surely he must have felt under such incredible circumstances as the loneliest man in all of history.
Okay.
Suddenly, the UFOs detached from his plane.
Paul, stop it now. Cheers. Yeah. That is one hell of a flag, Paul.
Three objects surrounding them.
Yep, that's one hell of a flag. If he's a liar, he's a damn good one. He's a world champion.
Was there three radar hits?
Is in the post.
Yeah, but was there three radar hits with the three objects? Or only one showed up?
What? We know there was two to the side and one above, or one below, was there?
Yeah, was there three radar hits?
Well...
You don't know. You just know there was a radar hit.
It could be in the article. I'm not sure, but this is considered as a very credible case, you know, Paul. It's not to be sneaked at and easily dismissed. It needs a close look.
That craft design, though, it looks very similar to Kenneth Arnold's. One of the craft he saw.
Oh, right. Okay, Paul. Hold on a minute. Okay, right. Kenneth Arnold was 1947. Okay. Yeah, and they were chevron shaped.
No, there are two designs. There was like a half.
Two designs. Yeah. Okay.
There was a half coin.
This is 1975. So if they had that technology in 1947, don't you think it would have been common knowledge in 1975, pal? Of course it would.
I'm just talking I'm just talking about
you're struggling now.
I'm just talking about the design of it. It's very similar to what Arnold saw, one of them anyway. Yeah, so I'm not sure what you're going on about.
We all know about it.
I'm not too sure. We do know about it because it was
happened. Yeah, we're now in 2020, and you're still trying to work out that it's man-made somehow.
I'm not debunking it.
We still don't know about it.
I'm not debunking it. I just made a comparison to an old case. You think I'm debunking it when I'm saying it looks very similar to one of the craft Arnold's saying. You're straight away attacking me for saying my opinion on it.
Yeah, Paul, I do apologise. I'm a little bit hot tonight because it's just been a bit hell in this country with all that this crap that's going on with the coronavirus and that. And no, there's absolutely no need to take it out on you. I apologise. Okay.
Yeah, I'll just make a comparison to previous cases.
Yeah.
It looks like
the only thing when I went on that one is because you reckon the Arnold case was a black budget thing, didn't you? And I don't think it did.
Well, it could have been, or it could have been aliens. It's always that case. It's ours or it's theirs. This is a problem that we have all the time, is proving it's not ours. And the only way you can do that is radar hits saying it went from 0 to thousands of feet in a few seconds, which is impossible, especially for technology in that day. That's the only thing that we can go. We can only follow.
Of course,
yep. Back in those days,
have to look for the mundane before you look for the esoteric or the alien, because the mundane is always the most likely answer, isn't it?
Yeah.
I only think maybe that maybe just. It could be 5%, it could be 2%, it could be, but I think the skeptics they have to be right on every single occasion. The UFO guy only has to be right once, but whatever kind of intelligence this is, it seems to be elusive and difficult to pin down. Well, of course, if it was a million years more advanced than us, of course, it would be difficult to pin down.
So it could quite easily be interdimensional craft that come from another world where they have
Yeah,
flying cars.
absolutely.
It could be flying cars from another world, right? And they
Now you're
break in,
talking, Paul.
now they break into ours. So I'm not sure if you heard about that case where the guy was flying the Cessna from somewhere in the Bermuda Triangle. Where was it from now? One of the islands to Florida, I think it was. And they got a funny tunnel formation form in front of them, and it wouldn't let him escape. He tried to get away from it, but in the end he was drawn into it, and he said it was spiraling around, and then it popped out. It looked like it was closing up, so he sped up and popped out before it closed, and they had travelled further distance than they should have been able to. So yeah, kind of weird story, but it could explain that region down there where they have the strange magnetic worm-like what do you call it, stargates happening in the sky randomly, where things break through and disappear again. Kind of weird, but yeah, I suppose we can carry on reading, can we?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who was doing that on that show? Josh Gates on a show called Expedition Unknown. He's doing the Bermuda thing at the moment. So yeah, go and check out that. He goes and interviews the guy, and they do some emanations for it, which is quite good. But anyway, we carry on.
Suddenly, the UFOs detached from his plane and fled toward the Mount Popocatépetl volcano at a speed greater than 900 km/h, and performing an impossible turn of 270 degrees on a very reduced radius of action of just 3-4 miles. UFO photographed over Mount Popocatépetl. December 2000. Carlos realized that he was once again in control of the plane, and quickly notified the control tower of the object's departure. He also made the operators know that his landing gear remained retracted, due to the impact with the third object. The airport authorities quickly organized an emergency landing, deviating all incoming traffic to clear the route for the Piper, Pennsylvania 24 plane. The tower authorized Carlos to land on the 5 right airstrip, but because the emergency system to lower the plane's landing gear didn't work, he was forced to circle over the airport 11 times. He then opened a toolbox he kept inside and used a large screwdriver as a makeshift lever to force the gear down. Photo of Carlos' plane, showing the damage on the landing gear.
Now, this reminds me again of the Valentich case. You know, when they heard the live transcript between him and the tower, and they heard that scraping sound that they said was external, that it came from outside the craft. It couldn't have been anything internal within the craft. So whatever's happened there, it's made contact with the craft having its damaged landing gear. And to be honest here, I don't think he could have got away with a bad landing, and then all that evidence would be, all the data would be there. I mean, every airport you land in, it's recorded. If you had an accident, it's pretty difficult to cover up, isn't it? It's not like flying a kite. These are aircraft. So something's happened. I'm not really sure what anything Black Budget would do, what it would be doing picking on a Piper. Okay, man. Dunno.
Yeah, I think we've got a little problem. Let me just check the audio again. I think your mic was cutting out there.
Oh, I have no idea.
I think it sounds alright now. Do a thumbs up on the side chat if the audio's alright now. Oh yeah, we'll just carry on. Are you still there, Robert?
Yeah, I'm here, yeah.
Right, okay, we'll just carry on with the reader then, and
The young pilot's tenacity paid off. The landing gear extended and he was finally able to land. Carlos was in such a state of shock that immediately after the plane touched down, he fled out of it without even bothering to turn the engine off. Perhaps he was still fearing those three objects might still come after him. An ambulance driving towards the battered Piper eventually caught up with him and the medic calmed him down and drove him to the airport's headquarters. The nightmare was over. Or so he thought. The unnerved young man was taken to the clinic inside the airport for a checkup and was given some sedatives to calm his nerves. A day later he was examined by Dr. Luis Amezcua, chief of the airport's medical services, who determined the pilot wasn't under the influence of any substance which might have altered his perceptions. The physician confirmed his good health and gave him permission to continue flying. As a possible explanation for Carlos' extraordinary account, Dr. Amezcua tentatively suggested he might have suffered from hallucinations triggered by hypoxia. That would have probably settled the matter for all the authorities concerned and completely ruined the young man's...
we heard that before.
Hypoxia? Yeah. That's when you fly too high.
Yeah. But what's the radar data saying he was flying at?
What the hell? No.
Well, we know UFOs can drag up a plane into the craft, or drag it upwards anyway. So it could have gone up in altitude very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure if that shows it on the radar data at all, if that happened or not.
Yeah, this sounds like pretty... I don't know. I smell of that without explanation.
Right.
Guy was in touch with the tower the whole time.
Mm. They're talking about English politics here. Focus on the UFO stuff for now.
Yeah, I guess makes a little change from this mess, doesn't it?
Mm.
And it is a mess, Paul.
The virus thing. Yeah, more cases every day in New Zealand now. And it's all from people that travelled from overseas, and now they're spreading it to other people.
I know.
And they're allowing people to be self-quarantined here. And of course, a lot of them don't do it. Chinese come in and say, yeah, and they're going to self-quarantine, and it ends up they've got the infection. And they've gone through all different places, like restaurants, and spread it to everybody. So, yeah. Who's responsible for that, you know? It's got to be the government, really, not clamping down on it and doing proper protocols. So if your parents die, you better blame and vote out the Prime Minister that's in power at the moment. But anyway. So back to the UFO topic, anyway.
Yeah, so just to go over that again, hypoxia is when you get a little bit too high altitude and
oxygen, obviously.
Yeah, lack of oxygen, and that can cause an hallucination. But I don't think that that little Piper would have been able to fly that high anyway.
Well, hallucinating through UFOs is a wee bit too much, I think. If you said he saw this flash of light and like a tunnel open up in front of him, then you could say that was a hallucination, like a LED experience, I suppose. But seeing physical craft outside the craft, hallucination. I don't know. I've never hallucinated, as far as I know, but maybe
No.
people out there have can say, yeah, that can happen. I don't know too much about the mental side of it and drugs and all that, so...
Well, I don't know. Two of the experiences I've had have been with multiple witnesses, and I'm not really sure how we can get like 2 to 4 people hallucinating at the same time.
It's a shame that they didn't have onboard cameras on all planes, just looking forward and outside, you know, just recording it into a black box. So
They weren't. They were just equipped to get to A to B, weren't they?
Yeah.
You know?
I don't even know if they do it today, even, you know, but they should do. Now they got the technology.
I think military
now.
aircraft do, but I'm not really sure that commercial planes will take that step.
But
or maybe
a lot
don't
of pilots,
want to.
yeah, a lot of pilots carry their own smartphones with cameras now and just aim it at out the windows. We saw that sphere one that passed past a jet in South America. But yeah, we'll just carry on, shall we? But we've heard this claim before with hypoxia, and it turned out to be with that Mentel case, I think it was, where he passed out.
Yeah, the Mentel case as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so... but I don't think these small planes can get that high where you pass out. I think the engine cuts out before you cut out. But I'd have to look up that information, technical information on that. See if it's
I think that you put that in a steep climb. You know, why would you do it anyway? He must have been a complete idiot of a pilot to make a mess of it like that.
Yeah, they're normally used for towing banners. Those planes, they only fly very low down normally, and yeah, not really designed for really high altitude, far as I understand. But anyway, just carry on.
That would have probably settled the matter for all the authorities concerned and completely ruined the young man's career, were not for the testimony of Julio Cesar Antarian Diaz and Emilio Esteño Lopez, the 2 radar operators working that day on the control tower. The radar operators observed a fast-moving echo on their screens departing from Carlos' location at a speed of approximately 400 to 450 knots, making the exact same maneuver he observed from his cockpit. Their affidavit was recorded in official minutes of the General Directorate of Civil Aeronautics, by the Office of Aeronautical Authority for the International Airport of Mexico City, on May 8 of 1975. Furthermore, the examination conducted on Carlos' plane confirmed it suffered an impact which blocked the landing gear's mechanism. Such a collision could have only happened in mid-flight. But aside from Carlos and the 2 radar operators, there were other witnesses to this astounding case. While he was still flying under the control of UFOs, the Mexico City control tower radioed a second plane, a Learjet owned by the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, registration XCSAG, and asked the pilot to attempt to make contact with Carlos and try to assist him. The pilot visually confirmed the presence of the unknown objects and informed the control tower, but could do nothing further. Initially, the aeronautical authorities prohibited the radar operators to make any public statements concerning the case, but because of the pressure by the press to demand the reasons why the international airport had been shut down for over an hour, their superiors relented, and 3 days later Antarian Diaz and Lopez gave their version of the events. The story became national news overnight, and was carried on the front page by most newspapers in Mexico. The analysis. So far...
I suppose you want me to stop there, did you?
Yeah.
What did you want to say to the last lot?
Well, it doesn't seem like at this point he's making anything up. There was definitely those objects were there. So, I mean, the evidence is fairly overwhelming at this point, isn't it?
What did they want, though? This craft circling, it doesn't seem to be like a motive. Was he abducted and missing time, or?
No, I don't think there was any missing time.
Or they're just checking him out or spooking him, or it's kind of crazy.
Well, I mean, we can't think like an alien can think, can we? If it was alien, of course.
Mm.
And what would a black budget project be doing? Mugging a little single engine Piper in midair.
I don't know.
Or nothing makes sense.
If they're breaking through from another interdimension, you might think, "Oh, what's that strange thing in the sky?" Not knowing that you've broken from your dimension into our dimension, or our universe, so to speak, and then go and check it out, and then suddenly you're back in your own space. And your own universe again. So maybe they're trying to work out what we are, thinking we're UFOs in their skies, and we're just doing the same. We're seeing them as UFOs in their skies. So it's a possibility, you see. But it might not be all. It may be a mixture.
The most important factor in this case is the controls are taken out of his hands.
Yeah, why would that
whatever
happen?
Kind of intelligence that was, and it doesn't sound very human to me, was controlling the plane for him.
Or did it have like some sort of tractor beam where it's not actually taking control, but it overpowers the controls of the plane? So, yeah, I don't know.
Nor do I.
So far we've numbered some of the reasons why the Carlos Antonio de los Santos case is far better than that of Frederick Valentich, or many other UFO encounters with air pilots for that matter. To summarize, unlike Valentich's sighting, the case did have radar confirmation, which was noted and added to the official investigation. Because of the radar operator's testimony, the pilot's career was unharmed. The objects were visually confirmed by a third witness. The plane had physical evidence of an impact which could have only taken place while on the air, further negating the hypothesis that the objects were hallucinations triggered by hypoxia. The UFOs exerted some sort of electromagnetic field on Carlos Antonio's plane, which rendered the control instruments inoperable, while allowing it to remain airborne. It's also interesting how the radio still worked during the whole event. Although this case falls neatly into the nuts and bolts category of ufology, Carlos Antonio's strange feeling prior to his awareness of the object's presence is suggestive of how the phenomenon might have also had an influence in the witness consciousness. However, it must be pointed out that at no time did he experience any sort of nonverbal communication, that is, telepathy, with UFOs. And finally, the thing that propels the case above Valentich's, the pilot safely returned to tell his tale. Carlos Antonio kept flying unhindered in his career or reputation until 2002, when old age finally forced him to hang up his wings.
Just stop it there. Do you want to say anything on that part of it? Analysis? Are you still there?
Yeah, of course. And the only thing I can say is, oh well, what happened? What was it all about?
The intimidations.
I think we're dealing with something that we just can't possibly even comprehend.
Yes,
trying to work it out in black and white terms is almost futile, to be honest.
Of course, these aren't Tic Tacs either. These are the regular saucer craft, by the sounds of it.
Yeah, it did sound a little bit disc-like.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there was any other pictures. I don't think there was any pictures or hand drawings that he did. I don't think there was. I didn't find anything. Did you come across any drawings that he did?
No, I haven't had much time to work on this case, and not as much as I normally do.
No, we're sort of having trouble getting information, really, on some of the cases, but carry on, I guess.
Carlos Antonio kept flying unhindered in his career or reputation until 2002, when old age finally forced him to hang up his wings. The intimidations. If that's not enough to make this a truly exceptional close encounter of the second kind, there's icing on the ufological cake. Carlos Antonio initially received threats when he tried to go public with his story. The first appearance he was scheduled to make was in the TV show Un Mundo Nos Vigila, A World is Watching Us, hosted by Pedro Ferriz, the father of Mexican ufology. The hour to go live came and went, but Carlos never arrived to the studio. That night, when Ferriz phoned the young pilot to complain about his missing the TV appointment, Carlos explained that on his way to the studio his car was intercepted by two black-painted Ford automobiles bearing diplomatic license plates, and out of them came four individuals wearing black suits. The men had blonde hair, Caucasian features, no facial hair, and, even more strikingly, they all looked completely identical. One of the men in black stuck his head inside Carlos' car and said, "If you appreciate your life and that of your family, don't say anything." His face was inexpressive, and the words were said with a perfect Spanish accent, although with a strange, mechanical tone.
Ooh, robots.
So now we yeah.
Men in black, blonde Nordics. Kind of strange.
See, yeah, this is where the Men in Black thing goes from. You know, your regular intelligence guys paying you a visit, saying, "Look, national security, please don't talk about this." You know.
Yeah.
And quite often they're fairly polite in their way, and this is like different level now, where it almost seems to be I don't know,
strange.
Anyone got a guess out there? That's as good as mine.
Yeah. Yeah, you wouldn't normally threaten people. You'd say, "Oh, what you come across as a military exercise for national security, and we'd like to keep it under wraps, and assign a non-disclosure order." That would be the sensible way to do it.
Yeah, of course. And you know, with the case of Philip Klass, well, we know for a fact he was contracting for the CIA, but I don't know if he was an actual agent of the CIA, but he followed every UFO conference everywhere, and he was a total debunker.
A disruptor agent.
Yeah. But he offered on many occasions, and it always seemed to be just the same amount of money. It was £10,000 to pay off the witnesses not to speak. So that was a nice little carpet to be dangled in front of you. But there's also this side of it where these people that turn up don't seem to be of the humankind.
Yeah.
And I'm not really sure what to make of
that. Yeah. Strange mechanical tone. Yeah. Unless you got them on video, we can't really comment on it, really. Or at least a recording of them.
But you know, we had that little YouTube video, which is still available easily now. When those guys walked into the hotel, bad fitting suits, and they didn't look quite right, did they?
No.
They almost looked kind of featureless.
The Men in Black episode we did, that was quite a good one.
Yeah.
We have got a playlist for all our previous shows. In the list here for Robert. So which one was it again?
Oh, I don't know. That'd be going back a little bit.
We're trying to find the original video, weren't we? Why is it not scrolling down? What's going on here? Yeah, it's working.
Yeah, it's probably lagging.
Yeah, it could be. Where's Robert's list? Wish you could. Here we go. We're up to 35 episodes now. Wow. Okay. Copy link. Robert talk. Roberts.
No, it's not
Talks.
the one.
Isn't it? I think it is. It's a playlist. So it'd be in the list here if you go into it. Don't want to play it though.
And you found it?
Yeah. It is going a bit slow, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll try to find which episode it was down the list here. We did so many now. It's amazing how quick they add up.
Yeah, time flies.
Can't remember what it was called though.
Yeah, I've got it, Paul.
Men in Black. Was it called Men in Black? There we go. Men in Black Cases. Yeah, Men in Black Cases Part 2. So it's number 27 in the playlist. So if you click on that. So it's 27.
It's okay, I've posted it now.
Is it the same one? What do we got for the cover? Yeah, it's got the Men in Black on the cover of it. Yeah, that was quite a good one that we did there, I think. So if you're new to the channel, go back and have a listen. Oh, what's happened? Hopefully it doesn't stuff up now. Where's the reader? Not that one. Not that one. Captured. Oh, that's the one there. So we just carry on.
One of the men in black stuck his head inside Carlos' car and said, "If you appreciate your life and that of your family, don't say anything." His face was inexpressive, and the words were said with a perfect Spanish accent, although with a strange, mechanical tone. The seasoned ufologist assured the frightened young man that, although the identity and origin of MIB was still a mystery, their threats never amounted to any actual harm to the UFO witnesses they intended to intimidate. To be fair, Nick Redfern's book Close Encounters of the Fatal Kind was still several decades over the horizon. Pedro Ferraz, 1921 to 2013, Ferraz convinced Carlos Antonio to try again for another TV interview, which he bravely accepted. Ferraz also arranged for a private meeting with his good friend and colleague Dr. Alan Hynek, who had traveled to Mexico expressly to interview the witness of this exceptional case in person. They met in Hynek's hotel room and questioned Carlos for almost 11 hours. A final reunion was convened for the next day at 9 a.m. to go over some final details before Hynek's departure, but Carlos Antonio never arrived and the American ufologist returned to the States. 3 days later, the pilot phoned Ferraz to confirm Hynek's suspicions that he had been threatened a second time, and indeed, Carlos told the Mexican investigator how he had been intercepted in the hotel lobby by one of the same fearsome individuals he'd met before, who reminded him that this was the second time he had been told to keep his mouth shut. With a cold, penetrating gaze, the MIB ordered Carlos to turn around and leave, which he did. As a result of this, Ferraz thought it best not to seek the young man for a while.
Yeah. Don't know if you want to say anything about that.
If that was the case, it's guys, it's troubling, isn't it? That did happen.
Yeah.
Unless the actual flight incident was genuine, and then he kind of added on to his tale as time went by, embellished the story. I don't know. It'd be interesting to know if he ever made any money whatsoever. out of this, because if he hasn't made any money out of it, I think that.
Well, has he made any money
You'd have to
from
say
it?
he's pretty much not guilty.
Well, money's not the motive always, though.
No, not in every case. Normally, you've got attention seekers as well. You see, but
Yeah.
the evidence seems to suggest here that something actually did happen.
Right. Okay, so I'm just moving on. I'll probably read out the last sentence, which is okay. I don't mind it doing that.
Yeah.
The aftermath.
Yeah, that's right.
Fortunately
carry
for
on.
Carlos Antonio de los Santos, the MIP never bothered him again, and to my knowledge this is the only time they've ever threatened a UFO witness in Mexico. As for Carlos, he continued with his piloting career, which speaks highly of both his mental and emotional resilience. He is still alive, enjoying the company of his wife and family, and doesn't shy away from interviews to retell his fascinating story, which, I'm sure you'll agree, remains one of the most solid close encounters in the annals of ufology. Carlos Antonio today. Still,
Yeah, let's just have a look at him. There he goes. Hopefully the audio's still working all right. So yeah, doesn't look too old there. Doesn't have a year number listed on the photograph there though.
Well, if he was 23 in 1975, what would that make him now?
Younger than us, I think. By
no, it wouldn't. He'd be. I'd imagine he'd be in the 70s now, Paul.
Let's see.
Simple math.
23 then. And 50 years on, you'd have to be 80, so that photograph can't be current then. But I'm saying in that photograph he looks younger than us. He's got less grey hair than I have anyway. I said he'd be getting more grey hair since I've done this UFO channel.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to worry about hair. It's gone.
I just shave it all off.
Okay, carry on.
Still, it's difficult not to wonder, what was the purpose behind the object's taking over of his plane for 18 minutes? Was this an open sign of hostility from an intelligence in possession of what appears to be capabilities far exceeding our technological development, even by 21st century standards? In 1977, Carlos was invited to speak before the first international UFO.
Yep.
Yeah, see that's the other thing. Yeah, even by what it was doing, the way it was manoeuvring, even by our standards today, what was happening there in 1975 it doesn't add up that we had that kind of thing. And if we did, what the hell is it doing? Mugging a little piper in midair and scaring the life out of the young pilot.
Perhaps there was
so it's also made the cock up in some way. It's not only made the cock up as in it's actually come into a collision with him, but then it's they probably thought, oh my god, what's going on? What have we done? Yeah, and,
well, if you could
put him back in a place where he survived, they've actually taken control over his craft.
If you can imagine,
so there was compassion there. If you see,
but if you can imagine, if it's interdimensional and they break through to our dimension and three of them flying together in a formation, sounds almost like traffic cops, almost like patrol, So could they be patrolling the area and then come across this? And of course, they got some sort of method to take control of devices in the sky. And then suddenly they disappear back into their own dimension. So what happened to the UFOs?
Hack codes on nuclear weapons. And,
did they release it and just fly away? What actually happened at the end there exactly? I don't think I remember hearing anything how they flew away again.
No, they completely left them. and then all of a sudden he regained control of his craft.
Did they shoot up
Of his
vertically,
Viper.
or just drift backwards, or what? You know, or did they just simply fly
I'm
past
not
him?
and as far as he
Yeah.
understands, they just were out of sight. Now, I don't think he was really too concerned about looking where they were and where they went at that stage. Obviously, he thought it was end of days for him.
There wasn't any
you know?
interviews with him on video by any chance, was there, that we can actually play, where he's being asked that?
Now that, yeah, well, I'm always afraid of YouTube videos, Paul. You know, with the way the way the YouTube channels are now.
Copyright.
So yeah, we can look for that. It won't take long, will it?
No, yeah. We carry on then.
In 1977, Carlos was invited to speak before the first International UFO Congress, organized in Acapulco. Dr. Hynek and other luminaries of the time like Jacques Vallée, William Spaulding and Ray Stanford attended the event. It was Stanford who apparently first proposed to Carlos that perhaps the UFO's intentions were not nefarious. One thing I hadn't mentioned yet is that prior to his flight from Zihuatanejo to Mexico City, his Piper Pennsylvania 24 had suffered some mild electrical problems. The airplane, in fact, was almost 20 years old when Carlos encountered the UFOs. What if, Stanford suggested to Carlos, like some benevolent gremlins, the objects created that electromagnetic field around the plane because they detected it was about to suffer a catastrophic malfunction? It's a rather speculative and unsubstantiated hypothesis, but it seems that over the years this explanation grew on Carlos. Who knows? Perhaps relying on such a comforting idea is just what he needed in order to continue with his career. Hopefully you won't judge him too harshly for it, especially if you yourself happen to be reading these lines at 30,000 feet.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I reckon my explanation of interdimensional traffic cops that sounds a lot better. Where they sort of season them, and scanning them.
Can I Can I drop you this, Paul? It's a very short interview.
All right. Okay. Okay. We have to use our fair use shield, shall we? Okay. Let's just set it up. Yeah, I forgot about that studio bit adding on front. It's a bit annoying. Is it fair use clip though? Mexican UFO Discovery UK. They're the ones that are a problem, I think. Was there any other older interviews, maybe? Closer to his younger age? So it definitely looks a lot more grayer there, so yeah.
Yeah, well, let's see if but the story never changed, so I don't know why you'd be looking for.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is going to be a safe clip being Discovery Channel. They're right a-holes.
Yeah, I know they are.
I'm not sure if there's any other ones we could use here. What's this one on the side here? Pilot risks his career. No, can't be that one. Let's just have a quick look. What was his name? Carlos.
Carlos Santos. That's not his full name.
Santos.
Yeah. So I mean, there's another clip here, but
I don't know. Let's have a quick look.
That's Vodrin.
Videos. Captured.
Okay. Here's another one.
Oh, that's Mysterious Universe. Carlos Alien investigations. So that looks like a foreign one.
Okay, Paul, I'll give you another one here. Okay.
Right. Space Time Forum. So it's got a picture of the UFOs around them. Now let's just click that one, just have a look at the image. Yeah, I thought it had an image there.
Paul, I've left you another link there.
Yeah.
But it's Ryan Sprague's.
Oh. Yeah, I suppose we could use some, but
Yeah.
where's the link?
I've left it, Matthew.
Right. Stay connected with
It's just above Suzanne's.
I'm trying to right click on it. Hang on. It's come up now. Yeah, I just don't want to use Discovery Channel.
No, I understand.
I don't know. Fair use and all that. Yeah. That business again. Guess I should log out. That'll solve it. What's this one? What firm is doing it? Ryan Sprague. Has it got any pictures? Oh well, we can make his voice a wee bit deeper.
Call it an interview.
Right.
And it's just a synopsis of the case, isn't it?
Let me just get it adjusted. Yep, let's try to put ads up. It normally gets past it. Try again later. Come on, Google. What's going on here? Normally goes past it. Try again. Doesn't like us blocking ads anymore. Actually, I might just... It's not playing. Come on. Something strange going on. Let me just try again. Damn, Men in Black. Okay. There we got it this time. Looks more promising. Come on. No. What the hell? Is it gonna... Oh, here we are. It's gonna self-play, is it? No. Norm just carries on. I don't know if I should turn off the shield or not. It means we're going to get ads, which we don't want. Connections upgraded. 19 third-party scripts. That should just work. Go, go, go. We didn't have this trouble yesterday. Let me just close the browser down, open it again. Something weird going on. Go on, go. Not making any sense whatsoever, is it? Okay, I have to get rid of the shield. You or done something, maybe, huh? Still having trouble. Ah, right. Hey, I'll just turn the shield back on. Now it started. Does it reload it again though? You better not do that.
Hey guys, Ryan Sprague here from the Somewhere in the Skies podcast, and welcome to my new series, Somewhere.
Okay, there we go.
It was the morning of May 3rd, 1975.
I just can't stand that guy's voice though. Hang on.
No, not can I.
Let's try and make him sound like a man and make it a bit deeper. If that plugin's going to work.
Yeah, Paul, I don't think people listening in now are going to have any time for these technical problems, you know.
Alright, let's try it that.
Routine flight from Zihuatanejo to Mexico City. 23-year-old pilot Carlos Santos prepared his Piper PA-24 plane, and it was soon in the skies, heading to the Benito Juarez International Airport. It was over the VHF omnidirectional radio range when Carlos noticed something odd in the distance. As he approached the oddity on his left, it soon came into view.
I think so.
There in the skies was a craft, gray in color and saucer-shaped. It was much smaller than his plane as it began to follow his left wing. It had what appeared to be a cockpit of some sort on the top, with a blackened-out window. As Carlos stared in awe at the craft, he had a strange feeling that he was being watched from the other side of his plane. He turned to look, and on his right wing was yet another identical craft. Carlos now felt uneasy, but before he could even process what was happening, a third craft appeared directly in front of his plane, descending beneath the front. Reacting on impulse, Carlos dipped the nose of the plane to observe where this craft had gone. To his surprise and dismay, the craft was a little too close for comfort, hitting and scraping the fuselage, damaging the landing gear of the plane. It was at this point that Carlos no longer felt in control of his Piper plane. No matter what he did to try to get a handle of the plane, nothing was working. Surrounded by the three unknown objects, he was sure that they were moving in to attack. Surprisingly, however, Carlos felt as though they were guiding him. He still felt threatened and attempted to bump the object to his right, hoping this would somehow stop their control over his plane. But it didn't. They were still in complete control, and now forcing the Piper plane to ascend to dangerous altitudes. Helpless and afraid of the rapid increase in cabin pressure, literally killing him, Carlos did the only thing he could do. He radioed for help. Connecting with the control tower in Mexico City, he sent a distress call, yelling Mayday as loud and as frequent as he possibly could.
We just basically covered all that, but where's the interview? Is it on this? Are you sure it's on this?
Well, I sent you the interview, but that was on the Discovery Channel, which you weren't willing to play. So
I thought you wanted me to play this where it was the interview.
Here we go.
Can't understand it. No.
He went on to describe what was happening, stating that, quote, "I have 3 unidentified visual objects flying around me," end quote. He then went on to explain that, quote, "I'm apparently flying without control. The plane is without control. I'm not controlling the plane," end quote. The control tower instructed him to decelerate and descend, but Carlos explained that he couldn't. He believed this was the end, but just as he lost all hope, the objects seemed to distance themselves and begin to head toward the
Oh,
nearby
it's
Mount
corrupting again.
Popocatépetl volcano.
What's going on with this stupid system today? Let me just reset. Yeah, I was hoping for an interview though that we can use.
I've given you one,
The
but you
object
won't play
soon
it.
disappeared out of sight, and Carlos regained control of his aircraft. He notified the control tower of such, but the issue remained that his landing gear was damaged beyond control. The airport issued an emergency landing, clearing the area of all flights. Forced to circle the airport almost a dozen times, Carlos desperately searched for something to fix the landing gear. He was able to find a screwdriver, and in a makeshift process was successful in extending the gear and safely landing the plane. Carlos was treated at a local clinic, and no substances were found in his system. He was given a clear bill of health and permission to continue flying thereafter. Any doubt that the event occurred were squashed when the radar operators at the control tower that day testified that they did indeed view the objects in real time as they were making the maneuvers that Carlos had been reporting. According to UFO researcher Miguel Romero, an affidavit was recorded in official minutes of the General Directorate of Civil Aeronautics by the Officer of Aeronautical Authority for the International Airport of Mexico City. The case caught international attention, and soon news outlets wanted to speak to Carlos about what had happened. The case was also investigated by Project Blue Book under the guidance of Dr. J. Allen Hynek. The government hired astronomers
So it's
who
a summary
officially
of what we
looked
covered
at UFO
already.
cases. On several occasions, Carlos was
Yeah.
visited by what can only be described as men in black. He was told not.
So yeah, still doesn't help us with the interview. We want to find an interview really. There must be another one out there. Let's have a quick look. So want to limit to YouTube. How do we change that now? Quality, all videos, nope. Sources, YouTube. So we don't get websites, hopefully. Stupid search algorithm. No, still putting in websites. Oh, looks what. Oh no, but it says YouTube there. But not there. No, it's still putting in websites. Stupid Google. They stuffed up this search algorithm. Yeah. That's not coming up.
No, the only interview with them is on the Discovery Channel, Paul.
Well, let's just play around with it. And see what we can do, eh? Yeah. Gotta go back twice.
Is your agency using WordPress to...
Yeah, that's what I thought. Let's see, can we turn the shield back on? Get rid of these stupid ads, huh? It won't come down. Yeah, it will. The ads are slowing it down, actually. This is the reason why you get rid of the ads. I suppose we're going to get the error now. Google's trying to do stuff in the background, though. No. They've changed it, haven't they? You have to put up with the ads. They're trying to get around blocking ads. That's just crazy. No, it's just not going to play. Learn more. Try again later. How can we get around the ads? It's a bit of a pain. Third party connections upgraded. Yeah, let's just try that then. No. The rat bags. We didn't have this trouble yesterday. Well, look, all the stuff being dumped onto us. Okay. Let's just untick that one then. I think we're gonna have trouble though. It's gone to 2 minutes. It's gonna be an ad. Is that the one? No, yeah, that's that stupid ad. Is it? Maybe it's not. Okay, so let's put up the shield. Then we can actually listen. Hopefully. What sounds better? Deeper. What happened there? I think I clicked the wrong button. Going all wrong today. Looks like we got an error message on your cam there as well, popping up.
I don't know, mate. I can't see anything.
Okay, there we go. You can't see anything?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, it's a big message across your face. Okay. Let's go. Let's try it.
Pilot Carlos Santos says he encountered 3 mysterious flying objects as he flew a small plane to Mexico City. And now, for the first time, an air traffic controller on duty that day has come forward on television with new evidence.
Yo estaba ubicado en el control radar terminal. Se escuchó del Extra Bravo Extra Alfa Unión, que estaba a 48 millas al sur del aeropuerto de México y que lo habían atrapado unos objetos no identificados.
Amazingly, Diaz remembers seeing another blip appear on his radar, an object flying near Carlos's plane, just as Carlos reported.
Era un eco de algún objeto que estaba volando en esa área. De eso no cabía la menor duda, porque cuando nos llamó más la atención y nos desconcertó fue cuando inició un viraje de 270 grados por la izquierda en un radio de 3 a 4 millas.
If Diaz's recollection is correct, this is an exceptional maneuver for any aircraft.
Lo cual nunca antes habíamos visto ni el controlador de aproximación ni yo.
Diaz and the air traffic controllers could only come to one conclusion.
Supusimos que era el objeto no identificado que les estaba reportando.
Yeah. Having all sorts of trouble today.
En ese momento empezamos a comentar y a pensar que parecía que sí era cierto.
This is important testimony, and to me it's particularly important because it's confirmation of a physical nature. It's radar confirmation, and so it provides independent support for Carlos' story.
Oh, this is ridiculous. Hang on, let me just...
Yeah. Yeah, do you know what I think? I think we should call this a bad job, and
No, we got to keep on with it so we can troubleshoot what's going on.
yeah, but I don't think anyone wants to listen to troubleshooting, do they?
Let me just play around with the settings here. Definitely, it was something to do with the music, and the music was playing strange, and it seemed to corrupt it. Okay. Yeah. We'll try that. There wasn't anything really much in that, so we'll just play it again anyway. We'll play part of it anyway.
Just play the bit when he speaks for himself. Yeah.
Unexplained files. Yeah, we got that trouble at starting again. It wants to put an ad up, I think. Google done something. Maybe I have to update the browser.
Oh, Paul, don't blame it all on Google and the Men in Black like you always do. Look, you've made a bollocks of things, haven't you?
Yeah, it's all my fault.
Huh?
It's all my fault.
You'll blame it on me later. That's what you'll do.
Yeah, blame it on you.
It's Rob's new mic who screwed it all up.
No.
Like normal.
No, you're being silly.
No, I'm not.
It's just not.
Let's talk about UFOs, not tech problems.
I'm not sure what's going on here. This is going crazy. Do it, you piece of crap. Yeah. Gone to a little window now.
What I learned later is when you make a website for your...
They're not happy unless you're putting ads up. There's no way to skip it too, is there?
Videos or for your work or whatever.
Where's the skip button?
Thing you're trying to do next or are already doing but want to do more of, you kind of just like...
That's just stupid, isn't it?
Putting a signpost in the ground and saying to other people that encounter
that... Have they got rid of that now?
Hey,
to try and force people to buy, what is it, the red thing?
I'm open for business. This is a thing that I'm legitimately doing.
Stuff this. Let's move on. Sounds like it's corrupting the audio too. Still. I have no clue. We might have to update the browser, maybe. Does it? I have to check that out after the live stream, I think. So YouTube is out. So where do we go to from this one? On to the next case, or what?
Yeah. We'll move on to the next disaster.
This is the one called Trumbell County.
Mm-hmm.
So whereabouts is that?
It's in Ohio.
Yeah, Trumbell. It's in that location of Kentucky and the Goblins and the Mothman and Tyler Clockner. Okay, there it is. Long-haured cattle there. So farmland. Cleveland, so it's up near the lake. So this one's about cops chasing UFOs, isn't it? Have we got a link for it?
I've left it.
Oh, yeah, I'm just asking. Hopefully it's not a YouTube. Just carry on. You know, after the live stream finished, everything will probably be perfect again, you know. It always happens.
But I don't think any of the channels are having any trouble with their sound and what have you, you know.
Well, I didn't have any problem yesterday, did I?
No, you never.
But it could be because we got the extra thing going on the side. But I did a lot of tests with Susan. We never had any problems like this. So, yeah, I was trying to get that reader. That one there. Let's get it going. They'll probably corrupt. Why is it not reading it? Could it be the internet's gone too slow? Something's maybe because everybody's home now.
Do you know what, Paul? The internet could be overloaded. You know, this could be nothing to do with you at all. It could just
it's a virus. It's the damn virus. Everybody's at home.
It's the way it's gone now, you know.
The internet's overloaded. YouTube's overloaded.
Yeah, absolutely. When I tried to make my Tesco order the other day, the website was malfunctioning badly. I don't think we are in very unusual times, and
we got
it's almost a dystopia.
Hang on. We got some corruption. We got corruption. That's not loading.
There we go.
Let me just close you down, restart you. Hallelujah. It's all corrupted. Why? Let me just see if I can fix this. No, this is just crap, isn't it? Okay, are we back? That sounds a wee bit better. Okay, we got Robert back. Are we there?
Paul, do you know the best thing, yeah, if you want to carry on about the UFO topic, is just talk. Because
I I think it's working now. Hang on.
Oh, okay. It's up to you.
I've tried multiple settings to get around the problem.
Yeah. I think the problem lies a lot deeper than what you think.
Let me just change some settings here.
I think you've underestimated the whole thing, Paul. The whole world's in chaos.
We'll just survive.
Well, you can laugh at it if you want, but it won't be. It hasn't hit you yet. It's hit us. I can't even get any food in, mate.
Your mic's still corrupting again. Hang on.
Yeah, that's all you're concerned about is my mic could get in. Yeah, nice.
I'm not sure what's going on today. Okay. Are we back? Okay. Are you there, Robert?
I am.
I think it sounded better going. Right, we'll just see how that goes with that setting. It was there. I finally saw it. There it is. Is it going to play though?
Regarded as one of the most
Yay.
credible UFO incidents of recent history, the events shortly after midnight one December evening in 1994 in Trumbell County, Ohio is also one of the most well-documented. Numerous calls were placed to the police switchboard, all of which remain on record. As is the dispatch communication between the switchboard operator and the police officers on patrol at the time.
Okay. So, carry on. I suppose it's going to play up now. It's singing.
While there might be discrepancy as to what was seen on the evening in question.
No, it's all corrupting. It might be because we turned off the edge shield.
Look, Paul, we can just talk for another hour. Yeah, because this isn't working, is it?
I'm gonna have to make it work though. Let me just try some.
While there might be discrepancy as to what was seen on the evening in question, that the police officers and multiple members of the public alike witnessed something very solid in nuts and bolts is almost certain. And the fact that Ohio is one of the most active states in America in terms of UFO sightings only serves to make this incident one of the most compelling and just maybe most important UFO cases on record. Before we look at the events of the night in more detail, check out the video below. It features some of the switchboard reports and police communication on the night in question. Contents: a sudden surge of strange lights reports. Shortly after midnight on the 14th of December 1994, police dispatcher Roy Ann Randolph suddenly began receiving call after call from residents of Trumbell County regarding strange lights in the sky overhead. At first, she thought them to be the work of pranksters. Then, as they increased slightly, perhaps some of the locals had had one too many before heading home and witnessing a normal aircraft through blurry eyes. However, by the time the calls were literally queuing for her attention, the voices on the other end far from inebriated or full of youthful mischief, she began to realize she was in the middle of something quite extraordinary. She would notify the police department in Liberty Township due to the wide-ranging number of calls. Patrolling officers were notified and asked to attend the scenes of the sightings. One of the first to reach such a location was Sergeant Toby Maloro. Maloro, driving along Sampson Drive, had already been alerted by a resident on the street of strange lights moving to the south. He would report back to the operator that he had visual confirmation of the lights and was about to investigate. As he proceeded down the street, however, his patrol car suddenly cut out. He made several failed attempts to restart it. As he was doing so, the entire area around him suddenly lit up from above. A huge circular object the size of a football field. Milaro would attempt to report the incident, but the car radio was as dead as the engine. As he looked upwards, he could see the lights were part of a huge disc-shaped craft. Milaro would later state it was at least the size of a football field. He also recalled an extremely bright light in the middle of the underside. He stood outside his vehicle watching the behemoth-like craft move calmly overhead. Interestingly, he would note, the craft, for all its size, didn't make a sound. At least not one he could hear. He remained watching the circular object, hardly believing his eyes when he witnessed his car come back to life of its own accord as soon as the mysterious craft had vacated the vicinity. He jumped back in his seat and grabbed the radio, reporting to Randolph what had just occurred. Then, he sped off, attempting to keep pace with the huge disc. Although he would eventually lose it, over a dozen police officers were in pursuit of the strange craft, even crossing the state border with Pennsylvania before witnessing it speeding off into the distance at a tremendous speed. Several UFO researchers have spoken with the police officers involved, including Milaro, and their credibility is largely without doubt. Toby Milaro left, James Baker right, the sighting of Lieutenant James Baker. A sighting on the same evening came from Lieutenant James Baker from the Brookfield Township Police Department. He was off duty and monitoring the communications over the police radio, fascinated with what he was hearing. At some point during the proceedings, he took to his patrol car to see if he could see anything for himself. He would eventually pull up near an abandoned radar tower. He exited the vehicle and climbed up the abandoned apparatus to obtain a better look at the surrounding terrain. After steadying himself, he was immediately presented with three bright objects in the shape of a triangle. He would note that the middle light appeared significantly brighter than the other two. He would also note, and report, that the lights changed color from red, yellow, blue, and green, in unison and purposely. With this in mind, and in response to the claims that the sightings were planets low in the sky that appeared to change colors, Baker would state over the police radio in no uncertain terms that, if they are those planets those guys were talking about, then they're planets with Christmas lights on. Incidentally, Milaro would also reject outright that what he had seen was the planet Mercury. Another popular opinion among skeptics of the case is that there was an object overhead, but that it was either a secret military aircraft or a standard military aircraft on a clandestine mission. There are several Air Force bases in Ohio, and two in the immediate proximity of Trumbell County. If it was a plane, Sergeant Milaro would offer later, then it must be a new plane. Because I have never heard of a plane that doesn't make a sound.
Okay, I'll just stop it there. So, that's also a mystery. Why would UFOs have so many coloured lights on them? Especially lights that keep changing
But they
colours.
often do.
Do they like discos or something? Are they like the boy racers that like the flashing lights underneath the car or something? I don't know. It's kind of strange, this lights with the UFOs.
Oh, no. Some kids with flashing light. Oh, Paul.
Alien kids with their craft coming here. Yeah, why would you have, why would you have so many strange coloured lights? It doesn't make any sense to me. Scientifically wise, science-wise, if you want to monitor us, why would you have so many lights on a UFO? It makes no sense. You simply turn off your lights and convert, invisible, cloaked. So it's the size of a football stadium. That's quite big. How many meters?
Yeah. It's quite big for kids, don't you think, Paul?
Kids driving their parents' car.
What?
Yeah, you're saying those sci-fis where the aliens steal the keys of the parents' cars. So what was that sitcom comedy UFO thing? Alien thing. But anyway, yeah. I don't think it would be Black Ops with cutted lights like that. That's really strange as well. A new type of plane. Why would a plane want to be changing the lights to purple? What was the colour ranges? Yellow. Where was it now? Can't quite see it in the list. Yellow, blue, and green in unison. Unless it's like a signal, like it's trying to communicate some sort of information. But again, they're saying it's like as it's going through atmospherics, it's changing colours.
The sound is awful.
Sounds right this end. Is it all bad now? What do you mean it's awful? Oh yeah, it's crackling. That beats me why it would be crackling.
Well, I'm happy to carry on if you want to. But you know,
hang on, let me just try something. We'll fix it eventually, I think. Is that sounding worse, I think? Is it sounding better? No. I don't know, there's as much we can do to fix this. Sound alright on this side. Oh, here we go. That's got rid of the crackle now. We'll keep trying. We'll beat it. Or I'll beat it. So yeah, how's it sounding now? Okay, is Robert there?
Yeah, you sound good to me, but
yeah, you sound good to me too.
It's on the punter's end what they're heaving. If they can't,
yeah,
heavers clearly then you know, we're in a bit of bother.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But I don't think it's any fault of yours, Paul. I think it's just an overload on the internet, you know.
It could be a speed problem, but I think it sounds alright now.
Oh, Charles is just saying it's better now.
Yeah, we'll just carry on and we'll just keep plugging it. We know how to fix it anyway. Well, as long as it doesn't keep going bad too quickly, we can just reset things and it's back again. So yeah, we'll just carry on with this one. But we're talking about the lights. Why would it be changing colour? And said it's planet Mercury going through atmospherics where it can look like white and different colours as it's changing the spectrum through the crystals in the atmosphere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it depends, you know, if he saw a football-sized craft overhead, it's going to block out starlights, right? So it doesn't really wash, because you've got to listen to the eyewitness testimony, because we know these websites seem to chuck that out and change the story, so we've got to always be aware of that. And of course the lights may have been really close to him, which wouldn't go through atmospherics, right?
Because I have never heard of a plane that doesn't make a sound. No radar confirmation despite multiple visuals. The fact that the residents of Trumbell County, and Ohioans in general, live among a hotbed of U.S. Air Force bases perhaps makes them a little more experienced at picking out aerial anomalies than those who reside out in the country away from such regular activity in their skies. As well as seeing the regular commercial airline jets as most in America, they see all manner of military vehicles on a semi-regular basis. Certainly enough, many researchers would suggest to be able to notice when something unfamiliar is overhead. Roy and Randolph would also contact the local UFO control towers to see if they had any radar confirmation of the apparent anomaly. To her dismay and concern, she was told that their radar covered a diameter of 60 miles around its central point at Youngstown. However, they had no record of any unusual activity, and furthermore, no confirmation of an anomalous object. This particularly concerned Randolph, as not only had she seen the object for herself visually, but she had over a dozen experienced police officers stating they too could or had seen it. She would
Okay, just stop it there. I didn't hear any corruption in the sound my side of things, so...
No, it wasn't good. Just like to make a little point here. The FAA, Federal Aviation Administration, you know, I tell you what, they've been lying through their teeth for years. They are proper show then.
Yeah. Maybe because they had the men in black put the hard word on them, maybe, huh? Are you still there?
Yeah, of course so.
So how's the sound now, Susan? Any strange
Yeah,
crackle or
they're saying it's better.
Better or perfect? We want it perfect,
Paul,
really.
I mean, I don't think, yeah, we want it perfect, but I think under the current circumstance, Paul, that's not going to happen.
We may have it solved now, fingers crossed, anyway. Or just carry on.
She would further inquire as to whether there was any other aircraft in the area, to which she was informed no other aircraft was over Trumbell County, and nor had they for most of the evening. Interestingly or not, UFO researcher, Kenny Young, would carry out one of the most extensive investigations into the incident. He would speak with each of the police witnesses in person. When he made a request for the official documents regarding the sighting through the Freedom of Information Act, his request was denied. Make of that what you will. It is hardly the behavior of a department that has nothing to hide about a case that is apparently insignificant. The Portage County Incident, April 1966. The incident in the early hours of the 14th of December 1994 would last around 6 hours and remains unexplained. The strength and quality of the witnesses lend the case a certain amount of credibility, as does the persistent and similar activity in the skies of Ohio over the years, which ranks second in the United States for unexplained aerial sightings. Perhaps the most well-known occurred almost 30 years prior to the Trumbell County incident and also involved Ohio police officers. At around 5 a.m. on the 17th of April 1966, two Portage County officers, Akron Deputy Sheriff Dale Spoor and Officer Wilbur Neff, were en route 224 checking on an abandoned car. As they were examining the vehicle, a disc-shaped metallic object came into view and headed in their direction. An intense bright light shined down from the underside of craft, making the scene appear like high noon. It remained hovering slightly overhead. When the two officers approached it, however, it would move away from them. The two men would get back into their patrol car and give chase to the object for a considerable time. When it crossed over the Pennsylvania state line, they received orders to give up the pursuit and return to patrols. Although Spoor and Neff would cease their chase, several officers from the surrounding areas would make almost identical reports. What is perhaps most tragic, though, is the ridicule Spoor and Neff would receive following their report. So much so that they would quit the police force and never speak of the incident again. Although there is a 3-decade gap between the Portage County incident and the events in Trumbell County, descriptions are remarkably similar, with events unfolding equally similarly. Might there be a connection? Check out the video below. Disclaimer: the stories, accounts, and discussion in this article are not always based on proven facts and may go against currently accepted science and common beliefs.
Mm-hmm. Well, that sounded all right to me, this scene. I think we may have it solved, hopefully. Touch wood.
Yeah.
Are you still there, Robert?
I just need to close some doors, Paul.
Right.
Dogs running rampant here.
The men in black dog. Mr. Mush, what are you up to? Yes, it's like everything's going against us today. The dogs are rebelling. The men in black. Yeah, so what I've done is I've doubled pretty much the buffers on everything, and it seems to have solved the problem. Or not quite everything, but we'll see how it goes. I don't think my voice is crackling anymore, and I can't hear any crackles on the reader, and I can't hear any crackles on yours, Rob, so I think, fingers crossed, we may have it. Obviously it's a bug in the software. Obviously it gets overloaded, but this is a problem with new software. It's the same thing I was using by the same people.
Paul, I think it's a little bit more than that. We've never had tech issues this bad in previously to this. I mean, it's just been it's to be honest, it's ruined a couple of good cases here.
I don't think it's
maybe
ruined.
have to do these
it's
again.
Just made it longer. That's all.
Well, I would like to be listening in on this with you.
Yeah, if you got nothing better to do and you're interested in UFO stories, they're probably interested in seeing us being stressed out and arguing. But anyway,
yeah, of course, yeah.
We got to the end of the article here. Anyway,
no, we're not arguing. But so you got to the end of that, okay?
Yeah. Chase flying saucer. So there should have been some dash cam even back then, right? What year was that again? 66 mil, maybe not.
No, the Trumbell case was 1994, but Paul, we didn't have dash cam here until the 2000s. So, I mean, I'm not talking into the 2000s now. I'm talking from 2010 on. We've had dash cam.
Yeah, I was reading 66 here.
No, this kind of phenomenon isn't. It's not going to sit around while you take pictures of it. I made my mind up on that a long time ago.
Yeah. Have we got any interviews with the cops at all?
No, sometimes get caught, but it's always kind of blurry and what have you.
These interview videos at all? We could probably try it again.
Yeah, you can play some of this.
What's this one here? A news report, maybe?
It's only 6 minutes.
Yeah, they actually started playing without any problems. Yeah, we'll just try that again in the direct player. The embedded player had no problem. It's not going to put up ads, is it? It's having trouble with the direct player. And yet the embedded thing was playing. That's really weird. I reckon someone's mucked up the code overnight. Stuff that... Oh, right, here it goes. Who's YouTube? Finding UFO, right? Let's see if we can find the beginning of it. What's that one about?
Hour before watching it disappear into the night sky. The media brought the story to public attention, and popular interest compelled the Air Force to conduct an investigation. The Air Force's conclusion that the officers had misidentified ordinary occurrences opened the witnesses up to a torrent of ridicule. Some of the witnesses, already emotionally disturbed by what they'd seen, were so harshly scrutinized that they quit the force to escape the public eye. As well as being an intriguing case in its own right, the Portage County chase compels us to consider the human toll of ridiculing UFO witnesses, and to question the morality of the Air Force's debunking agenda. On the morning of April 16, 1966, Deputy Sheriff Dale Spower of the Portage County Police was working the midnight shift with Mounted Deputy Wilbur Neff. At approximately 4:45 a.m., the men received a radio call informing them that a woman in neighboring Summit County had reported seeing a gigantic, brilliant light drifting through the area. Neither Neff nor Spower took the report seriously until they saw the light for themselves later that morning. Spower had stopped the car on the shoulder of Route 224 to investigate an abandoned vehicle when he spotted a bright light rising out of the surrounding woods.
So it's
He
summing up
alerted
what we
Neff, who
talked
then
about
saw it for
already.
himself. The light ascended to an estimated 100 feet above ground level, then
The,
drifted over top of the two officers.
See, he's saying it's descended to 100 feet. You're not going to mistake coloured lights changing, are you? It's not going to be mistaken for a planet.
As they stood staring from the highway. They compared its size
Well,
to
I
that
mean,
of a house, but they could not ask.
Yeah, what are you saying?
Well, it shouldn't be an aircraft either, because you can't fly an aircraft at that low an altitude.
Over
legally.
a city. Unless it's crashing.
Yeah.
Ascertain its structure due to the intensity of the light. It made only a gentle humming noise and stood perfectly still in the sky. As the men stood staring, the light increased in brightness to the point of completely illuminating the surrounding area. The men instinctually ran back to their car, and after a few moments of indecision, radioed into the sheriff's office. Soon after, the apparent object began flying away, and the men chased it down the highway. Meanwhile, Officer Wayne Houston, sitting in his car near East Palestine, Ohio, some 40 miles away, got in touch with Spower by radio. By Spower's guide, Houston managed to position himself along the object's flight path as it moved down Route 14. When it passed his cruiser, the object was an estimated 800 to 900 feet off the ground. Houston described it as being in the shape of an inverted cone, with a misshapen dome over top. Another officer estimated the object to be between 25 and 30 feet in diameter at its widest point.
So there was some pictures drawn by them, by the looks of it. Let me just have a quick look at that. Yeah, let's have a look at it properly. So that drawing must be on YouTube somewhere. What the hell are we looking at though? Is that meant to be the picture of the object? Or a map? Doesn't make sense, does it? Can't quite work out what we're looking at there. Okay. We probably need to find the image on Google.
Houston joined the pursuit, and together the two cars chased the object across the border and into Pennsylvania. Although at times they reached speeds of nearly 105 miles an hour, the officers never got within half a mile of the target. It consistently outpaced their cars, and yet it seemed to deliberately follow highway lines as if to encourage the pursuit. By the end of the night, the chase had covered some 60 miles of highway across Ohio and Pennsylvania. Finally, around 6 a.m., an officer, Frank Panzanella, caught sight of the object from a vantage point in Conway, Pennsylvania. For 10 minutes, he watched the object hover in the air, then rapidly ascend to an estimated 3,500 feet in altitude. At this time, Spower and Houston pulled up beside Panzanella's cruiser. All four of the officers then watched the object rise up in the sky and disappear from sight. They never saw it again. After the media broke the story of the Portage County UFO, Air Force Project Blue Book was obliged to launch an investigation. Blue Book's scientific consultant, J. Allen Hynek, noted that when Project Director Major Quintanilla called Spower to get a witness statement, he began the conversation by asking the officer to tell him about the mirage that he'd seen. The conversation lasted only 2.5 minutes. The follow-up call was even shorter. Quintanilla had evidently tried to get Spower to state that the chase had lasted only a few minutes, and ended the call soon after he failed. With only these two short phone calls on which to base his hypothesis, Quintanilla concluded that the men had begun chasing a communications satellite and switched over to chasing Venus later in the morning. This in spite of the fact that no satellite was in view on the night in question, that the witnesses had all reported seeing Venus in addition to the unidentified flying object, and that Hynek, an astronomer, disagreed with this conclusion. Quintanilla conducted more interviews in Portage County only after pressure from Congress forced him to do so, but he never spoke to officers Houston and Panzanella. Though the Portage County Sheriff was supportive of the witnesses in the case, He could not shield them from the ridicule of their fellow officers and that of the general public. Unable to cope with the negative attention he was receiving, Houston left the force and moved to Seattle, Washington. Having been the only direct witness mentioned by name in the Project Blue Book report, Spower took the greatest share of the public scrutiny. The stress he incurred as a result led directly to the dissolution of his marriage and his ultimate retreat from the public eye. When a journalist with the Associated Press managed to interview Spower 6 months after the chase, he found him living in a motel in Salon, Ohio, on a meager income of $80 a week. The Portage County...
So, yeah.
Yeah, well, I can tell you one thing now, yeah? I think his name was Hector Quintanilla. I think he served the longest period of time with Blue Book, and I can tell you what now, yeah? That guy was a world-class dickhead. He went into Blue Book, yeah? Presuming UFOs weren't real. And when it started messing about with his head,
yeah,
what did he do then? He just denied, tried to explain everything away. It was his only, it was the only reaction he could come to. That guy winds me up.
What you got to look at everything as a blank box. Don't think of it as a UFO when you look at something in a video. You got to think of it, hey, let's go through all the signatures. What can it be? And then you just make a list, and then you just work through the list. So if you can exclude balloons, clouds, lens flare, camera artifacts, and all that sort of stuff, and at the bottom of the list will be UFO. Now that's how you should work through. You should go through all the evidence, multiple witnesses. What
he didn't do that. They brought him in because they knew he was a skeptic, you see. And he actually received a physics degree from, I think it was St. Mary University in 1950. Then he decided to pursue a military career and was offered a commission of some kind of lieutenant in the US Air Force. So that's why they employed him at Blue Book. And then he was an officer, the Air Force in the security service. And this is the thing, he was long lasting at Blue Book. He was there from 1963 to 1970. When you look at that, Edward Ruppelt, because he was more open-minded and was taking in these cases and reporting them fairly, he only lasted about 18, 20 months. But Quintanilla was the man they really wanted. So that's one thing you need to be aware of. What a dog and pony show that Blue Book really was with Quintanilla. Hold on, I've just found an article on him here now. So if you want to have a look at this guy,
I was
it's a
actually
bit of an
trying
education.
to find an interview with the cops.
Yeah, I know.
There should be something. There should be something around.
Yeah, I'm just talking about that text Quintanilla now.
All right. Yeah. It's got to be an interview out there somewhere. April 1966.
There's bound to be an interview. And it's 94.
96, yeah. We want the 94 one, don't we?
Oh. Yeah, 94, yeah.
What was the 94 one? Because they're mixing it up there, aren't they? This. Where's the web page gone? Oh, right. What am I doing? So, we talk about the 94 case here, and they mix it in with the 1966 one. So we want to find an interview with these guys. Not too sure what to search on though. Probably Trumbell County, maybe. Maybe you can find some interviews on that. I wonder if it's been covered by security team, this one, because it's in his own state. I'm not sure if I can remember him actually doing this one.
Okay.
Do we need to put 1994 in?
Hold on a second.
You found something, have you? Oh no, not Black Knight Satellite.
Oh God, no. Please not.
What's that?
Please
Yeah.
not.
UFO in Loran County, 7 years ago.
Yeah. Take that link, Paul.
Let's look like the History Channel here. National Geographic. There's got to be something here. Police discuss Trumbell County heroin problem. Well, that's talking about Tyler. Okay, you want me to try that link?
Yeah, bottom one, please.
Oh, we've got a Wikipedia there. Copy.
What are you doing?
I copied that link. Bottom one, you said, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We're finished with that page now, I think.
No, not as a YouTube video.
Yeah, I'm trying to load it now. Hang on.
Okay.
It's added that stupid studio in front again. Oh, yeah, looks like an old video. Is that the interview, is it? UFO evidence. Looks like it might be. Trumbell County, part 1 or 3. So it's from a TV show, is it?
Sounds like it.
Trumbull County, Ohio, located just north of Youngstown.
We know who that is. So that's Unsolved Mysteries, isn't it? Kind of sounds like that guy. What's his name? Robert Stack?
That's the only thing I could find at short notice.
Yeah, okay. Let's see what we do.
Typically quiet Midwestern community. Here, big news doesn't happen very often.
Drama.
But all that changed on a late fall evening in 1994. Just after midnight, the normally calm 911 dispatch center began to get a flood of calls. Reports of an unidentified flying object.
It was just one call after the other that was just incredible.
Royanne Rudolph was the Trumbull County 911 dispatch operator who fielded most of the calls that night.
How far off the ground is this? Everything from somebody who was casually stating they saw something in the air to somebody who was hysterical and thought that this was Armageddon.
It was very strange. Okay, was it just like moving at a slow rate of speed?
It wasn't as slowly, it was fastly, but it was coming down.
We just kind of took it for, okay, this is people being hysterical over a weather balloon, or this is people being hysterical over a plane or a helicopter.
I wonder, did you have anyone call you about a strange plane or airplane or something in the air? Where? It was coming down Sampson Drive. I don't know what it was. It was a flying saucer.
What did it look like, ma'am?
It was like almost like an iridescent color. It was like a bluish purple.
Though skeptical, Royanne put the word out to the officers in the field.
Yes. We were having a coffee break.
Sounds alright here, though.
At a local donut shop, and we got a call from the 911 center that stated that some residents had seen lights in the sky in the northern part of the township.
Liberty Township Police Officer Steve Remner and Sergeant Toby Maloro didn't know what to think.
It took a few minutes. We kind of laughed about it.
Convinced it was nothing serious, Sergeant Maloro, an 8-year police veteran, headed out to investigate the sightings.
I believed that I was going to see, if anything, a plane was landing or a plane was low. That's what I assumed I was going to see.
I thought Toby would come back with some kind of comfortable solution that we could offer these people who were upset.
But when I got up in the area, I was approached by an elderly gentleman that said that there was a huge light over his house and they had moved south down the street. I proceeded down Sampson Drive, approximately a quarter mile.
This was getting interesting. So
yeah, well, it will lead on. It will lead on to number 2, won't it?
Yeah, that's the interviews that we were after, though.
Yeah, it's a shame about that silly background music. Nobody needs that. We just need to know the facts. That's all.
I know, but it's obviously it's from a TV show, right? So
yeah,
not much we can do about it.
It.
They like to add that background music to make it more dramatic. It gives you that the infrared sounds, you know.
It's dramatic enough as it is without having to add the music to it, you know.
How can we get to part 2 though? Is it up here? Oh, here it is.
Yeah, just put the thing in quotes. I can do it.
It's here. It's here on the side. Lucky enough.
Okay, you got it, yeah.
Yeah, hang on. We'll just get it organised again.
To become a part of UFO history.
Oh yeah.
Everything shut off in the vehicle. I didn't understand what was going on. My car completely stopped. And that's when the light hit the vehicle.
What is it light?
I stood outside. I was a little bit dumbfounded. I didn't know what exactly it was. I had to shield my eyes. All I could see was a very intense white light. It seemed to be more intense in the center of it.
Kind of reminds me of the American Hero TV show. Cool, man. Cool effects.
I've never seen anything that could compare to this.
Look at the noise effects, though. You know, it was making a humming sound. I thought they said to me.
And the thing that was very strange was there was no sound.
No sound, but the video says otherwise.
Seconds, the object moved off, away from his patrol car.
Typical TV channels, they change it all. They don't keep to the facts.
As soon as it started moving off, my car started back up and the radio kicked on.
Maloro quickly began pursuit of the unknown flying object.
Oh, look at the music in the background.
I'm trying to put 2 and 2 together and say, what just happened here?
Unable to keep up with the UFO, Maloro radioed in to dispatch over police channels.
914 to radio. It's heading in a northerly.
He told me in a very serious tone, I saw something. And I said, Toby, you're joking. And he came back and he said, Roy, I saw something.
I could see a red glow up in the sky. It was huge. This thing wasn't making no noise.
This isn't funny anymore because it's getting to the point where I don't know whether to believe him or not.
Well, was it moving or was it just, it was glowing. It was moving. You could see it like up in the air, glowing and getting further away from me. People are serious. They're very upset. Whatever it was, lit up, I mean, literally, if you were underneath it, you could see it would be like daylight with red lights.
An object did come down at a low elevation over this area.
UFO researcher Kenny Young broke the story of the Trumbell County incident.
It was then observed by numerous other police officers from different agencies who were able to pursue the object coming from different locations.
Yeah.
They were able to triangulate its position.
South of all 82, I'm moving east now. It looks like it's flickering more now, and it looks like it's running a little east of me now. Hey, Walter, chase it back north. I want to see this thing.
At least 14, 15 officers said that they saw something. and were discussing it freely on their channels.
It changes colors from white to red to green. The sucker has not moved. We have multiple departments right now that have sightings on it.
The sightings started to spread out to neighboring streets, to other communities were saying they were also seeing the same thing. It took a whole different meaning and level of seriousness. We contacted the airport control tower to ask them to check their radar.
We have reported some flying on.
I think it's a wee bit out of sync there, but it's not too bad.
Mm.
How's it sounding so far? I've not heard any strangeness that we were getting. But we had a little error pop up here on your video for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know, but it sounded, when you were playing that back then, it sounded a bit awful to me.
Awful to you? In what way?
Yeah, I think it was just that, that sound that, but it didn't play like that when I actually watched these videos for myself.
Object in our jurisdiction.
Sounds the right way.
Anything that should be in our airspace this time, close to the ground. This is not a prank phone call, I swear. You guys will be back to verify.
Look at the radar scope, and it goes 60 miles diameter of Youngstown, and there is nothing out there.
That's when I got the chill that, okay, everybody can't be making up the big bright light story.
According to all the people I've spoken with, the FAA tower operator in the tower should have been able to see the object from his vantage point.
I don't see anything out there, nothing on the radar scope.
Young requested the identity of the FAA tower operator through the Freedom of Information Act. But his request was denied.
I would like to ask him, could you visually observe something from your vantage point, 60 foot up in the air in a tower?
No.
To the object, they radioed in with dramatic descriptions.
They are able to discern a parachute-like appendage attached to the object. I've spoken with a number of the officers involved in this event. I've been satisfied that they are honest and they're telling me the truth.
Surely you think someone would have got a video or photographs of this object, especially in '94. Eh? Robert?
Yeah, sure.
Was there any photographs or videos from witnesses? Not just the cops, but the witnesses? Do you know? Are you there?
Not to my knowledge, but we're not hearing the whole story as yet, are we? We're still on part one of this, or are we on part two now?
Part two.
We're on part two, okay.
Yeah. But was there any actual video footage of this particular incident? Real, that made the news. All these people seeing it, you think someone would have got a few snapshots of. But
yeah,
anyway.
but at the same time, Paul, it's like the O'Hare incident. Are that many people just going to lie?
No, but I'm just saying.
There was no good footage there, was there? There was no good camera pictures.
Yeah, I think that if there was some real footage, they would have added it to the TV show, right? But yeah, it's kind of weird.
Yeah. Okay, but I just don't think that many people would lie. I think what we're dealing with, Paul, is something not as black and white as you think.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
I know, Paul, the way that you think in black and white terms.
No, I'm saying, is there any footage to back up the...
No, I'm saying what you don't understand, you don't like. So if we can't take a picture of it, it's not real.
I never said that. I said, was there any footage to back up the claims? Any of them?
I think you are suggesting that.
No,
there isn't. And I can tell you now, I've seen a UFO, and the last thing on my mind was taking a picture of it.
You're reading too much in between the lines again.
Jesus, I was there. with my jaw on the ground. No way was I thinking of taking the picture.
You probably didn't even have a camera or smartphone back then.
Yes,
Anyway,
well, good chance we did. There could have been one on my phone then, but that didn't even occur to me.
Right. How's the audio sounding out there, guys? So give us some feedback there.
Well, there's no complaints unless they've all gone.
Oh well, we'll just carry on then.
One officer even said he saw a structured object while viewing it through binoculars.
Definitely a structure there, pointing out what you saw. I can see an upper structure off the main part of the lighting. Right, yeah, something with a different color lighting to it.
I had no idea what was going on. You had so many calls coming in from different locations.
Lieutenant James Baker of the Brookfield Township Police Department heard the amazing UFO reports on his radio.
I wanted to see for myself what everybody was looking at. I decided to go to the old radar tower. This is the highest point in Brookfield Township, and I'm told in Trumbell County.
What he saw when he got to the top of the tower wasn't just one UFO. He saw three.
They formed a sort of triangle pattern with the center light being raised up above the other two. Oddly enough, they were changing colors simultaneously from red, yellow, blue, and green. All three lights would change at the same time.
I got them right here. I'm looking at them. What the hell is it? They're sitting stationary. I got three of them. What do they look like? I've got four discernible colors. I got red, yellow, green, and blue. And the one just was like flashing. So if they're those planets those guys were talking about, then they're planets with Christmas lights on. This is weird.
Christmas lights.
Oh my God, I hope that's a plane. Please be a plane. Oh, please.
I see three lights changing colors, and I've heard no concrete explanation of what they are. And
why would he say, please let it be planes? These people
it's
can't
exactly
accept.
identical to what you would expect for a bright star or planet.
Paul, you need to pause the video before you talk over it.
That's Cop. He's saying, please let it be planes. That's like he's religious and he can't accept that there would be UFOs or aliens above him.
Yes.
You notice the terminology, but now he's being interviewed years later by this TV show.
You kind of go into a panic mode when you see something like that, Paul. When you can't explain it in your own mind, then and your brain's making like 1,000 calculations per second, trying to fit it into something that you understand.
Only 1,000.
And then when that doesn't happen, you start panicking.
Right.
Which you might find funny because you've never seen one.
No, I'm saying it's what your terminology was funny. But what I'm saying is this guy, he's been interviewed now. He's coming across different to what he was at the time. But at the time, he was saying, please, please, don't let it be. Let it be planes, it kind of suggests that it was impacting his reality, that he couldn't accept it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. I just used different terminology to explain it.
So we'll just carry on.
Yes.
James McGahey is an astronomer who has investigated UFO claims for over 20 years. He believes there's an easy explanation for the Trumbull County incident.
This is a classic example of scintillation. Scintillation is simply what most people recognize as stars twinkling. When the stars are low in the sky, in addition to twinkling, they will also change color. Clearly, the police officer who saw the very intense bright light very likely saw a fireball. The fireball is a very, very bright meteor that can be many times brighter than the full moon. I think the car stalling was just a coincidence, had nothing to do with this whatsoever.
Obviously, it had to be involved in my cruiser shutting down.
Get him.
There's no problem with my car because
Get
it
him,
started
Rob.
back up.
Go and second Rob, the skeptic there, saying it's...
Oh my God, that
Comet.
guy is so full of shit. It's unbelievable. I think you would agree with me on that one, Paul.
Yeah. They're trying to write it off. He reminded me of Oberg, that guy.
I thought it was him at first.
Yeah. It kind of doesn't look like him.
You know, as I've said, all the debunker is a skilled con artist. You know, that was awful. That was a monumental disaster of an explanation.
Yeah. I don't buy Comet or Starlight there because they were saying it was 100 feet and they could see a structured craft. I think a cop would know what he's talking about. They were thinking they were seeing a plane, not a planet. If the debunker said it was some sort of experimental plane with new coloured lights, who knows? But why would they have coloured lights on if it's an experimental plane? They would have all lights off. Just like they turn off call sign, so it doesn't show up on the software that we use nowadays. A load of rubbish. Just carry on. We're almost at the end of this one anyway.
I was told that it may have been the planet Mercury. It was not the planet Mercury.
He's laughing. That was the end.
Another possible theory is that the UFO was a top-secret experimental aircraft from nearby Youngstown Air Reserve Base.
There's no indication, evidence, or record of any kind that would indicate there were any experimental Department of Defense aircraft operating here. I can't, speak for other people who say they may or may not have seen something. What I can talk from with authority is what happened here at the base and what our involvement was, and there was apparently none.
If it was a plane, it was some kind of new plane, because I've never heard a plane that doesn't make a sound.
These policemen and the citizens who are looking at this are not trained observers to look at the night sky either from a standpoint of stars and planets or meteors or fireballs. And they simply made a mistake. They saw something spectacular. It looked spectacular. They equated it with something unknown, and the first thing that popped into their mind was the term UFO.
Yeah. That's the end of that one. Was there any more to it? I suppose there's some more debunks to be finished on it. Where's this
No, we've got part 3 to go, haven't we?
If we can find it.
So I suppose we have to listen to... I've already found it, Paul.
Yeah?
God, I look after you, don't I? Hey?
Where's the link then?
Yeah, I've already posted it once.
Okay,
this
let me
is
have a look.
part 3.
Yeah, normally it has it down the side, but I can't see it there.
This just kind of creates suspicion that all this black budget stuff, you can easily blame it on. These things had the same performance characteristics in the 40s as they do now. And it still hasn't come to light. So whoever's keeping that behind wraps, I really have no idea what.
I couldn't see a Black Ops having coloured lights on it like that. White.
No, exactly. I honestly don't think
white,
these guys
red,
had any
green,
need to hide.
And blue.
Yeah, I know. No, why light it up like a Christmas tree, mate?
Kind of weird. But I can't understand what to do with the colour lights on alien craft is all about, though. It's a mystery.
It could be something to do with. It could be something to do with the propulsion system. It could be something to do with the way that.
So.
It could be something to do with the way they're projecting an image towards us to make it more acceptable for us. It could be multiple phenomena. It could be the supernatural overlapping with the UFO, the Bigfoot community, Dogman community, demonology. Everything could be overlapping, and we could be hit by motor phenomenon, which causes us all to argue and try and get to the bottom of this. But I don't see in black and white terms anymore for a long.
Well, the only thing I can think of is it sending out a spectrum of a light at a certain wavelength.
Yeah, that's excellent.
It's got to be something to do with sensors, where it's sort of, RGB. It's sending out pulses of different lights, and it's receiving it back, and then it's joining it together for a better night vision picture of some sort, maybe. That's the only thing I can think why they'll be changing like that. Rather than sending out white light, right, it's very hard to filter that back. But if you send out a pure beam of blue light, green light, red light, then you join all those filters together, you probably get a better image. Whether that could be military, I don't know, or alien. Because you'd expect aliens not to have the same eyesight as us. You expect them to have less quality or more better quality. Hang on. Aliens could have better quality. Yeah. Yeah, carry on.
You can't go at like 20,000 mile an hour and do a right angle turn in the 1940s and call that Black Ops. Not chance. And people are reporting the same thing today as they were back then, 70 years ago plus. And this all goes back to biblical times.
Even before that's questionable, though. They don't keep decent records.
No, they don't, and they would interpret it in different ways.
All we can do is
see them as
all our technologies in the last 100 years, really, and really that's our record keeping is the only time that's been trustworthy, really, hasn't it?
Still be using dumb old chemical fuels. Yeah. Basically, our best planes, I think the most advanced one now in 2020 is the wait, stop, Paul. Is the Raptor, which is using, guess what? Dumb old chemical fuels. So all it is, and when we go into space, what are we using? To get up there? A big fucking chemical firework.
Oh, I swore.
Well, you have to shit in my head now.
Yeah, there's no need to sweat though, but I know it's been a frustrating day, but I think it's coming good. We'll listen to the rest of this one. It's only a minute at the end here. It looks like the skeptics. Who the hell is he though? He looks strange looking. You're sort of fading out now. I'm not sure if everybody else is hearing that. Can you drop it in and out again? I'll make sure it's working before we carry on. I don't know. He was a potty mouth again, wasn't he? He should have a rhino. Are you back? I think it's sounding all right now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Talk over each other.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
Hello. Yep, it's working good.
Counting down. 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
Sounds all good here again. Okay, let's just carry on.
Okay. Their sincerity. I just question the fact that they're reporting something and believing it to be something that it's not.
I'm not saying what I saw was a spaceship from outer space, okay? What I'm saying is I saw an object that was not normal for this area, It gave off an intense light. It shut my cruiser off, including my radio. I lost contact with the 911 center, and it didn't make any noise. It's something that I've never seen before, I've never encountered before, and I haven't encountered it since.
I do believe that they saw something. I don't believe that it was a star. There was something there. What I walked away from that night was a feeling that this was a lot bigger than just a couple people saying they saw a light in the sky. And it made us think maybe a small place like Trumbull County could have something big happen occasionally too.
Well, that's it. The third part was only 53 seconds. So yeah, I think they definitely saw something, whatever it was. I don't know. Would be good to see some video footage. Then we could see what they saw. Yeah, just hope when we get another big event like this that happen, I suppose you call it like a UFO flap, really. 3 UFOs at the same time. 3 UFOs at a time. But there was other sightings in '94 too, wasn't there? I don't know if we can find out the information or not. Probably be on MUFON database, right? How many UFO sightings in Idaho? Let's see, does it tell us? No, nothing's popping up. I suppose what you could do is you could search UFO Stalker, but then I don't think it limits it on year number, does it? So you can normally search on the state here, 1994. So let's see if that works. That should search the MUFON database, you'd think. And we got 0. 0, it looks like it. Or maybe just try 1994, see if anything pops up. Probably can't do it that way. Oh, I lost number 1 front. 1994. Oh, we got something. 170 results for 1994. It's not really many, is it? But I suppose not many people were submitting reports. I suppose there had to be like manual reports.
I don't know. I tend to get the feeling that it's only maybe 1 in 50 that actually report their cases. You know, not 1 in 10 like is generally presumed. I don't believe that at all.
It hasn't even come up with 94 there, unless they reported it 24 years later on that one.
I'm not sure you're searching that properly.
No, the database has given us crap back, you know.
Okay.
There's 1994 in that report there. It's not 94 Brazil. I'm just trying to work. See, this is what I mean. The database is shit. You should be able to search a database and get the records that you want. You know, proper SQL or SQL. Some say.
Okay. Okie doke.
Search, but yeah, I can't see. Oh, there we go. The case is 1994. That's a really young case. That's probably one of the first ones on there. So it's just looking up any random number. So how can we do a year number? Let's see. Got to put a dash after it, maybe. See if that works. Dash. See if that narrows it down better. Nope. Still coming up with different year numbers. This is hopeless. What else can we try?
Okay, good luck. I need to go for a week.
No, there must be a way we can find out. That's just useless. Maybe the main database might work. Let me just try that. Now you see on FBI that they bring up like a terminal window and they just type it in. The SQL command and say this is what the group we want, and it pops all up. So we've got a year number here that we want to search on. Date range. Looks pretty ugly though. Date or event when within the date range. Date within date range. Date or event. Date submitted. Okay, so we want this second one. We just want the year number. 94. Oh, where's it disappear to? Yeah, just try that then. Right, we've got to put in the other range, have we? Probably got to put first of the month. And December. Oh, what's happened there? December. And 94. See if this works. Oh, then I can't think of how we're going to find out how many cases were reported. Obviously, it's going to be more than that was reported, obviously, that Robert was saying. Okay, so that come up quick. 60, 50. So is it doing it correctly now? No, look. Date of events, it's brought up here. Oh, that's right. Submitted in 2020. So there's only 50 cases. Yeah, look. It's come up correctly. That's good. So, 94. So we're going to have to look through the cases here. I wonder if we can actually save the search command. Does it actually give us that? No, it doesn't add it on the end, you see. As I could paste it on the side so people would have a read for it. So I think there's got to be more than 50 cases of UFO sightings in 94, but that's all they've got in their database. Are you there, Robert? You've gone silent on us. We got one here with lots of pictures. Look, 94. The sky filled with disc-shaped objects of different sizes. Well, let's just have a quick looky here. Let's see if there's any similar. Looks like it's a written report. Okay. Thought that was too good to be true. What else we got? Saw the UFO with light skin and woke up paralyzed. What's that there? Yeah, it's from a TV show. Okay, so what else we got? Hovered really low, no picture though. Noiseless at 10 PM. Again, we got no picture. I've got some pictures here. Beam of bright, intense light, no sound. Swirling fields of grass. Okay, well, let's just have a look. I wonder if there's going to be any ones that's similar to their one. Okay. Looks like he might have been abducted though. He's got some scratches or some marks on his wrist there. I still can't hear you, Robert. I think you might have muted. Robert, are you there?
I'm back.
Alright, there we go. Yeah, as you can see he's got some white marks here. I'm not sure what that's about. And across there. Is it like alien fingers? So yeah, there's 50 cases in 94 according to MUFON database. Some have pictures, but not many. Is there another page here? Back to main page. That's all of them. We're looking at Black Triangle, monstrous black silent craft. That one sounds interesting, but I got no pictures.
This is
First
just
note.
boarding stats, Paul.
No, these are all sightings in 94. First noted was 7 lights which grew into groups of 2 to 4 and faded out. You'd think this case here would be reported though if there was lots of witnesses. But this is all over the country here. OH we're looking for. And there's
the trouble is with MUFON, Paul, is that you have to actually be a member before the knowledge becomes public. But before you can get your hands on the knowledge, if you see what I mean, if you can get your hands on the case, you have to be a paid-up member. Now, me personally, I don't believe that ufology should be for sale. But of course, MUFON has no competitors, which leaves us in a bit of a dark place, really, to be honest. If you look back at the 60s and the 70s, you had many competing groups, and none of them
out of 50
membership to see their cases.
Out of the 50 cases, only one's in that location where the cops were, from what I'm seeing in that list. That's just ridiculous. So yeah, it's not in their database, and if it is, it's probably hidden. But yeah, go and check them out and do a search yourself, see what you can find. So yeah, where do we get to on this end of the video? So we're moving on. Seems to be playing alright at the moment, so that's cool. Maybe the problems have moved away now. So where is this it's not really big region either, is it, where a UFO sighting would be? But you notice it's near water, a lake.
Yeah, Paul, I don't know what you're doing. We've got quite a bit to go through here. We finished
carry
the end
on
of our
then.
text.
You went away to toilet, so I was trying to find some stats. Meantime, post me a link. Are we carrying on with this one still, or is it going on to another one?
Well, yeah, okay. We'll go on to the Italian friendship case. Yes.
Okay. And that's in Italy. What's the location?
Tshirt. I think it was. I'm not really sure what region it was. I think it was all over Italy, you know. But before that, we need to have a look at the 1950s contactee movement and the people that were involved in this, so we can get some actual kind of understanding of what was going on when this first happened. Because without that, we're going to be a bit lost.
Okay.
And this, involves George Adamski, Billy Meyer, and some of the other usual suspects.
So, is it alright? You've got the link up now. Copy link. We have contact. How's the sound going, by the way, guys? Just keep us informed. It's lasted
I
quite
think,
well there.
Yeah, I think Sue would tell us straight off, if it had gone wrong. So no need to be too concerned.
Yeah, so you want me just to read out the page here, or you want to read out some of it, or what?
I don't mind, Paul. I'm easy.
Oh well, let's see if the reader works first. So.
Yeah, because that's quite small to me.
Small, looks big.
We have contact. What more recent, but not more rational, books on UFOs and flying saucers dismiss in a couple of sentences as an embarrassing artifact of the naive 1950s is actually part of a wonderful social history of crackpots, cultists and conmen operating with a nakedness and simplicity that wouldn't get the money in the us today. Maybe in Switzerland.
Yeah. I'll read out the next bit. It's processing it.
This crew is usually referred to today as the contactees. They include George Adamski, 1891-1965, the pioneer, and his quickly emerging competitors, Truman Bethurum, 1898-1969, George Van Tassel, 1910-1978, Daniel W. Fry, 1908-1992, Orfeo Angelucci, 1912-1993, George King, 1919-1997, Buck Nelson, 1894-1982, and about as many others, more obscure. The era came to an abrupt end in the U.S. with Betty Hill, 1920-2004, who introduced a new paradigm to replace Adamski's by now stereotypical space brothers. George Adamski was the first contactee, by far the most successful, and undoubtedly the inspiration for all those that followed, including Swiss cult leader Billy Meyer, who has modeled himself and his revelations from Space Brothers closely on Adamski. In the late 1940s, Adamski was the leader of a very small religious cult, about 20 members, strongly influenced by theosophy. His day job involved dishwashing and cleanup at a hamburger stand run by the commune. In 1949, he wrote and self-published a science fiction novel, Pioneers of Space, about human-appearing wise men who lived on the Moon, Mars and Venus. He also began to circulate close-up photos of flying saucers, which eventually looked exactly like light fixtures, complete with light bulbs. He said the shots were taken with his 6-inch reflecting astronomical telescope. Adamski made headlines in the winter of 1953, when he reported that the year before, he had met and talked with a man from Venus. His follow-up book, Flying Saucers Have Landed, was mainly a summary of theosophical teachings about space travelers, written by British theosophist Desmond Leslie, with a short section in the back supposedly written by Adamski and illustrated with some of his photos. He now claimed all the photos had been taken a few months after his meeting with the Venusian, when a saucer flew over his backyard and dropped an indecipherable message. In 1967, it was pointed out that the conversations Adamski reported having with his extraterrestrial friends, as described in Adamski's later book Inside the Spaceships, 1955, were copied almost verbatim from his earlier science fiction novel. Adamski might have been a bit miffed when British UFO enthusiast Gavin Gibbons, 1922-1978, published They Rode in Spaceships in 1957. Summarizing in immense detail the alleged extraterrestrial experiences of newer contactees Daniel Fry and Truman Bethurum, but devoting only a couple of sentences to Adamski. At the time of his death in 1965, Adamski had, according to some reports, become quite wealthy, mainly from lecture fees as he crossed and crisscrossed the U.S. and Europe, giving first-hand accounts of his amazing experiences, including trips to a giant mothership in Earth orbit, and on to other planets, and the exciting cosmic and spiritual revelations given to him by the friendly, profoundly wise space brothers from Venus, Mars, Jupiter and Saturn, all of whom were physically indistinguishable from Earth humans. There are reports of Adamski on his tours at times being accompanied by two lovely women, foreigners of rock groupies, who were introduced by George, with a slight twinkle in his eye, as his official bodyguards from Venus. Meet Kalna and Ilmuth. The two beauties also appear as characters in his Inside the Space Ships.
What if there was 8
Colin
suckers?
Bennett's incoherently repetitive but worshipful recent book about Adamski, by contrast, claims that Adamski was a homosexual and that it was the handsome blonde men seen entering and leaving his hotel room in the evenings that Adamski referred to as the Venusian bodyguards when they chanced to be seen by followers. Longtime Adamski follower Laura Mundo says that Adamski sometimes groped her, but did these things only when others were around. When he and I were alone in a hotel room or elsewhere, he was our business. Venusian bodyguards. All the major contactees and some very minor ones currently have or at one time had entries in Wikipedia. Adamski's iconic saucer is the only one from this era available as a plastic model kit. Some of the other books published at various times under Adamski's name include Many Mansions, 1955, Telepathy, 1958, and Cosmic Philosophy, 1961. In recent years, Adamski and his teachings seem to have been incorporated into the strange esoteric cult led by 90-year-old British guru Benjamin Creme, who apparently met Adamski in the late 1950s, perhaps on one of Adamski's worldwide lecture tours. Truman Bethurum. In 1954 published
stop, Paul.
Book.
Stop now.
Comma.
Yeah. Listen. Adamski
was a proven fraud. Yeah.
Yes.
And Billy.
But he had a kind of charisma about him. I think now we didn't know then that the atmosphere of Venus, if anything could survive there, I wouldn't want to like to see it, because the atmospheric pressure is immense.
Yeah.
It's raining acid rain.
That's right.
Jesus, ridiculously high winds. I mean, we're talking like not Storm Force 12. We're talking like 500-mile-per-hour winds, kind of thing. Anything that could survive that, I wouldn't like to see it if it came here. It would scare the shit out of me if it could get here. Jesus, yeah.
But you're not a blue chicken.
I don't think. Yeah, I would be in that case.
But the 8 suckers would believe it though. How hostile is Venus?
Well, Adamski fooled a lot of people,
Let's see if we can find out. Here's why Venus is so unwelcoming. Let's see what they say. Well, we know his models had been debunked because they managed to get the hold of the needles and rescanned it, and they could actually see General Electric written on the bulbs at the bottom. He didn't scrape the brand name off.
No, I know.
Yeah. He thought they wouldn't go into that detail years later. So what's it saying here about the planets? Anything that you didn't say? Choking clouds of sulfuric acid.
It's not a pretty picture, is it?
We'll just see if we can read out some of it.
There's a planet next door that could explain the origins of life in the universe. It was probably once covered in oceans. It may have been able to support life for billions of years. No surprise, astronomers are desperate to land spacecraft there. The planet is not Mars. It's Earth's twin, Venus. Despite its appeal, the second planet from the Sun is one of the hardest places in the solar system to get to know. That's partly because modern Venus is famously hellish. Temperatures are hot enough to melt lead. Choking clouds of sulfuric acid swirl through its atmosphere. Sign up for the latest from Science News for Students. Weekly updates for inquiring minds of every age, delivered to your inbox. Client key.
Well, Jim, if there's life
email.
there, it's not as we
Go.
know it.
Today, researchers who want to explore Venus say they have the technology to master such challenging conditions. There's a perception that Venus is a very difficult place to have a mission, says Darby Dyer. She is a planetary scientist at Mount Holyoke College in South Hadley, Mass. Everybody knows about the high pressures and temperatures on Venus, so people think we don't have technology to survive that. The answer is that we do. Indeed, researchers are actively developing Venus-defying technology. In 2017, there were 5 proposed Venus projects. One was a mapping orbiter. It would probe the atmosphere as it fell through it. Others were landers that would zap rocks with lasers. From a technology point of view, all were considered ready to go. And the laser team actually got money to develop some parts for the system. But the other programs failed to find funding.
Yeah, so what they're saying there, it's hostile and not really inviting, but with technology you can...
not that,
but I can't see
we
how...
could possibly survive. Well, I don't know. We haven't done it, so how I don't know how that.
I don't think life
is saying that.
Yeah, I don't think life would survive that, but they're saying that they could send probe there. But then the sulfuric acid would simply dissolve the metal slowly. So
I think the Russians sent a couple of craft there to try and land on the surface to get some information, you know, about what the planet was really like, and it crashed the first 2, but the third one managed to land. But as for life there, yeah. And of course, according to Adamski, these were like human-like creatures that he was in touch with, you know?
So what's the Wikipedia going to say on that?
The colonization of Venus
Off subject now, Paul.
has been a subject of many works of science fiction since before the dawn of spaceflight, and is still discussed from both a fictional and a scientific standpoint. However, with the discovery of Venus's extremely hostile surface environment, attention has largely shifted towards the colonization of the Moon and Mars. Instead, with proposals for Venus focused on colonies floating in the upper middle atmosphere. And on terraforming.
So basically they're saying the same thing. It's
planet
you don't want to mess around with.
No, it's in, to us anyway, it would be inhospitable place, wouldn't it?
It'd be like the aliens.
There was human-like creatures.
Yeah, it'd be like the aliens from the Aliens movie where they got acid for blood. They would be the only ones that would be able to adapt to it, I suppose, without dissolving.
Yeah, but it's still not to say. It's still not to say that an alien race could survive there.
Yeah, but I don't think they're going to be human-like in appearance.
No, but if they created the right conditions to live for themselves and
now we know viruses
make themselves undetectable.
Not viruses, but bacteria and fungus can survive extreme conditions like that. But they're not going to look like us. They're not going to be like aliens with normal skin, blonde hair. They're going to be like alien greys, like robots, biobots that can withstand those extreme conditions. Although,
all I was trying to do here, Paul.
Who was saying that most of the aliens...
the 1950s contactee movements.
Yeah, but also someone was saying that most of the aliens reported were always no clothes on. Where did I hear that from? Was it a TV show? Or did we cover it? They were saying, I think it might have been a TV show. They're saying that most of the aliens never have clothes on. So yeah, it sort of goes against these guys what they're saying anyway, is what I'm saying.
But, but we're trying to put that it does seem at this point in time, Paul, if you weigh up all the evidence, we're being visited by more than one species.
Yeah, but they're not going to be human-like, and they're not going to be from Venus.
Well, no, but they all seem to be bipedal, don't they?
No. The mantis is meant to be 4 feet.
What?
The mantis?
What?
Are 4 feet. Like a horse.
Well, I'm sorry you've lost me there. I've never heard of any alien that visited this planet with 4 feet.
Well, the abductees have drawn pictures of them. They've got 2 arms.
If you can find any evidence for that, I think Mush should be very interested.
He would just root it. So let's carry on reading the rest of this then.
Yeah.
If it's going to work.
We have contact.
Oh, yeah, it's gone back to begin. You dumb program. That's because I
What
used
more
it
recent, but not more rational, books?
Hang on, where did we get down to then?
We finished with George Adamski.
Trumbell, I think we got to.
Yeah, this is another nutcase.
Let's see if it'll read first.
We have contact.
No. Stupid thing is not.
What more recent, but not more rational?
I screwed up its intelligence. That's a bug in the program. Try that.
In 1954 published a book, Aboard a Flying Saucer, recounting how, in late July of 1952, he had met and talked with a human-appearing woman from the hitherto unknown planet Clarion. Her name was Captain Orange. He was allowed inside the spacewoman's saucer on his very first visit. Adamski got inside only much later, and made 10 subsequent visits. Bethuram's day job was mechanic on a road-building crew, but he moonlighted as a fortune-teller, reader, advisor, and metaphysical consultant. Clarion is unknown to Earth astronomers because it orbits the Sun in just such a way as to stay always behind our own moon, a concept that would have baffled Johann Kepler or anyone else who tries to picture that orbit. Bethuram claimed to have been so smitten with the beautiful and sexy Captain Rance that his wife divorced him out of jealousy. Bethuram's first book was ghostwritten by Merc Tennyson. A later book supposedly by Bethuram, Messages from the People of the Planet Clarion, is still in print. Bethuram eventually founded a religious commune called the Sanctuary of Thought. The business card Bethuram gave to 1950s talk show host Long John Nebel, who made a point of interviewing all the 1950s era contactees, modestly described himself in the following way: construction engineer, analytical research, author of books on extraterrestrial beings and travel, reader, analyst and appraiser of unseen human vibrations, appraisal by special appointment only.
Okay. Moving on. See if it works.
Only.
But you can see
Daniel
there's no
W.
credibility
Fry.
to that guy.
In 1954.
Alright. What do you want to say?
But do you know what, Paul? Just scroll down through these list of nutcases.
I want to hear about Daniel Fry, so just carry on.
Okay, if you want. Yeah, sure.
In 1954 published his book, The White Sands Incident, explaining how he had met and talked with Alan, a human-appearing space alien whose race, now dwelling in giant spaceships, once colonized Mars after being driven by catastrophe from the theosophical lost continent of Lemuria on our Earth. The meeting occurred on July 4, 1950, so take that, Adamski. Fry later sometimes revised the meeting further backward to 1949, apparently because he was perhaps concerned that someone would point out that he was neither employed by nor at White Sands in July of 1950. Fry used the telepathically supplied wisdom of Alan to become the leader of a small, theosophy-based religious cult called Understanding, which he always proclaimed to be not really a cult sort of cult, but he also emphasized that on his very first encounter with Alan, he was taken for a ride in the saucer all the way to...
I don't like when I hear occult or what's the other one?
Well, no,
commune.
yeah, but hold on. It's the author that's using that word, isn't it? But
yeah,
it was a cult. There was cults in the 50s with the so-called
it
space
sounds like
brothers. So
religious minds. It almost sounds like Scientology people, right? And they've
a
been
lot of these people made money out of this, you see, as well.
And they conned their followers, right?
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
So what's Scientology about today, though? I think it's about egos, really, isn't it? That you got like big Hollywood stars running the shebang there and funding it all with millions of dollars paid by their movies. But what's the point? Does Tom Cruise like the power and control he has in the organisation? It's got to be something like that. Or is it like or do they have sex orgies? It might be something like that too. A lot of these ones. Did you ever see a TV show called what was it called now? About the rocket scientist from JPL. Jack, whatever his name is, Parsons. Did you ever watch that series? What's it called now? Help me out, people. What's the name of the show? Masters? Something Masters, is it? No. JPL TV show. Let's look it up. These people are not helping me. There it is. Strange Angel. You ever seen that show? It's quite interesting. But it talks about the guy. It's actually based on truth. The guy was into these cults and sex. You know, it was like early days of swingers, basically. It's a very good show. Go and check it out. It's into season 3 at the moment. Was it the last one?
Yeah.
Anyway,
but there's also something about this article, Paul, that I really don't take well to. Now, if you can not waste any more time, and scroll down to Betty Hill.
We got a black man here.
What?
That's a black man, isn't it? Looks like a black
It's very white to me, Paul.
No, it's just written shadow there. It looks like a black man. Van Tassel.
Yeah, Van Tassel's in that case. Forget about him now, Paul. We're wasting time. But I just want you to see the point of this article is all about the ridicule, which is fair enough in a lot of the people's cases.
So where do you want to go down to?
To Betty Hill.
All right. George King. I've not even heard of this one.
No,
Jumped on
I have.
the wagon taxi driver. Interested in yoga. Back in summer, suddenly received telepathic messages from the cosmic masters. Yeah, haven't we heard that before?
Yeah. He was just another modern day Nostradamus, to be honest.
Sorry. There's Betty Hill.
Now this is where it gets. This is where you can see through this article the ridicule that's intended.
Betty Hill spoiled it all in the mid-1960s when she began to have nightmares about being kidnapped by inhuman, enigmatic, diminutive space aliens. They took her to their saucer and performed a disgusting physical exam. Every contactee since Betty has become an abductee and tells only a slight variation of Betty's original account. Betty's disjointed nightmares, as told to psychiatrist Dr. Benjamin Simon, who later pointed out that they were precisely nightmares, not memories, were fictionally expanded and shaped into a book, Interrupted Journey, by a professional writer of pseudoscientific tomes, and became a modest bestseller in 1966. Betty was somewhat handicapped by having no metaphysical revelations to impart. Her abductors didn't speak English. She tried in later years to shape herself into an Adamski-style cult leader, complete with flying saucer photos and amazing information gleaned from somewhat more sociable alien visitors, but nobody wanted to hear old hat stuff like that from Betty, of all people. Since Betty, the number of UFO abduction claims stretches into the tens of thousands. All, like Betty's, are just vaguely remembered dreams redressed as repressed memories. Only Swiss cult leader Billy Meyer still follows in the giant footsteps of George Adamski.
Yeah, so stop it there.
It did.
So, okay. Who's actually wrote this article, Paul?
Mr. Dunnan. I don't know. You sent it to me. I haven't looked into it. Is it Dunnan?
It's going to say at the top of the bottom, isn't it?
It didn't say there.
Well, the fact that he hasn't dropped his name is suspicious.
Yeah, I can't see any name on it.
It just seems like I can understand why he was going after the likes of Billy May and Adamski and what have you, but
it's Texas Education Center, but looks right there.
Okay, but no, I think the Betty and Barney Hill story is. I don't think that's a fabricated story by any means.
No, and of course, each of our experiences
I'd bet my bottom dollar.
Our experience of aliens are all different. Like mine was in bed with aliens jabbing me with a needle. Yours was one walking around the edge of your bed and grabbing you on the head.
Yeah, no, I just felt a pressure on the neck. I did, Paul.
Yeah.
Which woke me up and yeah.
So everything's going all right now. Not too sure why. Maybe my tweaks to fix the problem. But yeah, yesterday was strange. It all worked fine with the old setup.
Yeah, we'll change the time now, so you don't have to get up and do it from scratch.
Well, I don't know. It's alright, but I think daylight savings goes back, and you go forward one, is it? It's kind of complicated thing.
Yes,
so maybe I still can get up at so it'll be like goes back be 8. So maybe I can still do 9, and it'll still be the same time for you, won't it? Oh, hour forward. An hour forward. That might mean that some people can't join us because it's past their bedtime. So we'll sort it out. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's because we got lives back to back, with a little short break in between for me anyway. But yeah, I think the new reader's working out all right now, and of course the problems with the crackles now solved. Hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
We've been going for an hour now and we've not had any problems, so it could be that the internet speed's picked up as well. Could be all sorts of factors that was going on there.
Yeah, I think so.
So yeah. So where do we go? So where's the friendship stuff coming to? Because this was a hit precursor.
Right, yeah, but the whole point I was trying to make there was what was going on in the 1950s And I hope Charles Foreman is listening, because he's opened up a bit of a can of worms here. And he asked for this.
No, it was Mojo, wasn't it?
No, it was Charles, I think.
No,
Or at least you told me it was Charles. You told me it was Charles.
No, I didn't. I said it was Mojo. Mentioned it.
Yeah, well, okay. Whether it was, I've done it on demand.
Yeah. Well, it's best to get it done with and out the way with, I guess. But yeah, these all sound like religious people that set up cults of some sort, though. For their own personal beliefs, maybe power, maybe money, maybe all the above. So yeah, better carry on with the next one, I suppose. Oh, is that yours down there? Yep.
Yeah.
It's quite good when it starts to flow a bit better. With no stupid problems getting in the way. That's not a YouTube video? No. History disclosure. The friendship case. So why was it called the friendship? Do we find out, or do we know now?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Basically, because they the aliens made friends with the humans, and
Space Brothers.
They were giving them advice on how to run the planet and tell them to pass the word on. That's pretty much as simple as that.
It's like.
But the trouble is, Paul, with this one, it's not easy to dismiss, because there was people from all walks of life saying they'd been contacted by these beings. So I wouldn't have even bothered doing it otherwise.
What, Nordics?
If I didn't think there was maybe something to it,
Were they blonde Nordics again? The friendship ones?
We'll see.
Okay. So we've lost a thing that popped up. Yeah, let me see if I can get this back again. Okay, where's the icon? I don't see it. Oh, you damn thing. Okay, try that.
The friendship case, mass contact between humans and aliens. In the 1950s, Italy witnessed a case of mass contact between humans and aliens. The contact between the humans and the aliens was systematic and organized. More than 100 civilians from all walks of life took part in the contacts with the aliens. The contactees were not mentally unstable but included prominent members of the Italian society such as writers, politicians, academics, businessmen, artists, etc. According to the testimonies of the individuals that came forward, the extraterrestrials operated from numerous underground bases and were benevolent. The story became public by Stefano Bricia, who decided to document some of the
Yep.
So you see, it's important to emphasize there. See, these people came from absolute all walks of life, and surely they would have nothing to have gained. And this went on from 1956 to 1990, when it all abruptly ended. It's a very strange tale. It really is. Yes, you can carry on with it, but if you look, businessmen, if you scroll up a little bit, Paul, you can see that.
Yeah, whereabouts? Politicians?
Politicians, academics, businessmen, artists, etc. So it's not really picking out certain people, is it? It's not picking out kooky people.
There's
benefits and
there's a few kooks in politics.
Oh Jesus, I know that. Oh God, yeah.
And writers, some of them are pretty strange. Stephen King's a strange one.
Yeah, I know. I ain't done that as well. Probably nothing of them. I doubt any of them would have had much to gain, especially a politician.
And what's his name? Whitley Strieber as a writer. So yeah, just carry on then.
Yeah.
The story became public by Stefano Bricia, who decided to document some of the testimonies after being encouraged by Bruno Samasicia, the leader of the contactee group. The case mainly took place around Pescara, a town on the east coast of Italy. The contacts started in 1956 and lasted for a considerable number of years. According to Bruno Samasicia, the aliens were not a single race but a group of extraterrestrial beings coming from different parts of the universe. Although the aliens looked like human beings, there were differences in height that ranged from 1 to 6 meters. Everything started in April 1956 when 3 friends, including Bruno Samasicia, decided to go for a walk around a local castle. While walking, they met with 2 individuals in a path near the castle. Both looked human, but they had a considerable difference in height. One stood at 1 meter and the other at 2.5 meters. The 3 friends started to talk to the friendly aliens. The extraterrestrials in perfect Italian revealed their identity and shared extraordinary information. They disclosed that they had been on Earth for many centuries, that man was destroying the planet, and that they were on Earth to ensure that the situation would not get out of hand. Since that date, meetings between the 3 friends were frequent. The circle of contactees would keep increasing. The aliens shared intriguing information about their bases scattered in Italy and around the world. Their largest base was located at the depths of the Adriatic Sea, standing at a length of 300 kilometers and a height of 150 kilometers. Such was the size of the space that it had its own climate. Very soon the alien friends started asking for favors. The aliens would ask for large quantities of fruit, metals and various minerals. The large quantities would be unloaded using teleporting. The humans were puzzled why such an advanced civilizations required their help for the supply of goods. One plausible explanation is that these exercises served in maintaining the sense of cohesion between the alien friends and the humans. Most of the UFO sightings would be organized by appointment. The alien friends would set a location and a date and time so that the involved humans could get organized with cameras. Some of the photographs were featured in an article published at the time in the weekly newspaper Domenica del Corriere. Other media was used in the production of a documentary. Until now, experts have not found any indication that the pictures and films available could be forgeries. To communicate with the humans, the aliens would send their messages through the household radios or televisions. The friends revealed the existence of an enemy alien race with which they were in conflict. This enemy race was unethical and materialistic, and they were concerned that we humans would follow the same path. The alien friends were incapable of causing harm. They drew their power from fostering friendship, cohesion, loyalty and morality, and believed that love should guide every thought and action. Bricia has information indicating that at least 120 Italians were involved in the contacts with the alien friends. Contact with this group of aliens was not only limited to Italy but included France, Germany, Switzerland, Argentina and probably many other countries. The aliens called themselves a cry. According to Bricia, the word in Sanskrit means the sages. Similar meanings were identified in ancient Greek and Egyptian hieroglyphics. The documentary produced by UFO describes the case and features testimonies from some of the protagonists and provides many interesting details such as the reasons for establishing contact with humans, their technology and how the contacts ended. Alien seeded
Okay, stop it, Paul.
I think it got to the end
Oh,
anyway.
well, it's at the end anyway. Yeah. But you can see that which way this is going, isn't it? It's a cult. It's a cult, isn't it? I'm sorry, but my critical thinking is clicking in now, and I'm having difficulty with this.
The other thing is they don't mention about Men in Black in any of these stories. You'd think Men in Black would show
I think
up.
there maybe have been some cases though where people actually did have experiences, but it's all got a little bit messed up.
Yeah.
I don't know. But
yeah.
Don't know
So
how all these people in contact at the
so have
same
you got
time.
some images
You
of
know?
what they're talking about there? They said there's some images and videos of so-called friendship
Well,
stuff. Have you got any links with that information?
Let me have a quick look. I've got another article on it, but it's
Yeah,
only a
we're gonna have to
one-witness
wrap up
statement.
soon.
You
We're
know?
coming up to 4
Yeah, I
hours.
know.
I know
Yeah,
some
I
of
know.
it was
So
lost with the technical issues again.
yeah.
Yeah, but maybe next time
And it's going
everything
to
will
be
be
maybe,
plain sailing.
unfortunately, a lot more of that in the future, Paul.
Yeah, the internet could be slowing down, especially in California. So yeah, of course it's a weekend. There's also causes problems when everybody else is more people on it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we need the SpaceX, what they call it, satellites for internet. After all, especially to New Zealand, we've only got one line coming into New Zealand from Australia, so we're at the bottom of the world here. But I must admit, it's a bit quiet around here.
It's a decent article. Open minds from open minds.
Right.
But it's one witness that's got in contact with a researcher, and he's telling his story to the researcher, and then the researcher is relaying that person's story to us, and let it go.
Yeah. Kind of looks like an actor, doesn't he? What's his name? Nicola Duper. Kind of looks a wee bit like Bruce Willis. Or someone like that. Okay, so we want to read out from the top. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see how it goes.
I am perfectly aware of the fact that I am risking the reputation I built up in years of work, but I'm doing it gladly. Sometimes you have to trust a person when you feel they deserve it.
I wonder if it's got any pictures of some of the pictures they claim couldn't be debunked.
Yeah, so you see this guy's gone on board with the story anyway, and he's saying that's the last thing a UFO researcher wants to do is risk his reputation, you know? Because, well, I don't know, there's no real laws and regulations in the UFO field. You can make a howling cock up and try and con everyone and still make a comeback a few years later, unfortunately. But
the thing is, why is it only in Italy though? Kind of strange.
Yeah, it doesn't really add up, does it? None of it adds up. I mean, I can't handle anything without evidence. I mean, the cases we covered earlier, you know, the radar data.
Well,
Italy
is fully religious. Fully religious with Catholics, right?
Yeah, it's a Catholic country. Yeah, that's
So
okay. Nothing against Catholics. A lot of my friends are Catholics.
It probably means that there'll be pockets of people that are not Catholics that start up these crazy cults, you know. So anyway, we'll just carry on.
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't like to get into that. But I do have a feeling that some people experience something here.
I think religious people are seeking something, where other people that are not religious are not seeking something. They need to be told that there's going to be an afterlife, else they just go nuts. So, yeah, I don't know. I think religious people are more easily led as well, gullible. You know, That's my experience. It may not be the same for everybody, but yeah. They don't question anything that's given from for the Christians that I stayed with. They didn't question anything a priest would say to them, which I found strange. They would repeat the same stories, and the age of the of Earth being 5,000 years old, and all this sort of stuff. Anyway, but just carry on with this one.
When it comes to a god, I'm kind of agnostic. When it comes to aliens or another intelligence, I'm 100% convinced, because the evidence is there. There just isn't any evidence for a god.
Well, the evidence is actually only stories, though.
No. How? Oh, Paul, don't be silly now. How is a radar trace?
Hang on, that's not aliens.
No,
you're mixing up the.
On the ground.
Hang on.
How on earth is that anecdotal?
You're mixing up the term UFOs with aliens. I'm talking about aliens, where people are in contact with aliens. There's only stories. There's no.
You mean abductions?
There's only stories, people's accounts. There's no actual physical evidence, so to speak.
I'm talking about UFOs. Okay.
Apart from proof that something happened, like that guy being levitated through the ceiling, and it went wrong, and he got embedded in the ceiling tile, and it made him fall down to the bed, but rip open his skin where it was sort of trapped into the tile. That's the only physical evidence that's out there. And of course, patient 15, where the plastic forks and utilities in the drawer are actually magnetized, which should be totally impossible, and also the fiberglass boat hull. So that's the only physical evidence that I've heard, but I've heard them talk about it, but I haven't actually. They haven't given it to the public. They haven't opened it up to the public to pull it apart, to look at it, and because these people keep these top cases to themselves. But apart from that, there's no real evidence to back up the claims, even though stats alone could probably prove that something's going on. If there's enough people saying the same thing, you can prove it by stats that it's got to be actually happening. Or something major's happening, where everybody's having the same experiences worldwide from all different backgrounds. It's just something really crazy and needs to be researched if that's the case. Mental problem. Some mass world mental problem. Or maybe it just proves that something else is going on and they're telling the truth, of course. But we better carry on because we're running out of time. For this, carry on.
Clarifying the friendship Italian contact case. Preface. Sometimes life surprises us with unexpected developments. Many of you have known me as a humble researcher who studied the crop circle phenomenon. I have always taken a great interest in ufology, but I have never studied it in detail, and I could never be considered an expert. But thanks to the crop circles, I got to know many people who study ufology, both in Italy and abroad. Maybe it was because of my activity in the field of mystery, and because of my knowledge of the UFO environment, that some events with unpredictable aspects happened to me. In October 2008, a person got in touch with me who, having learned that I was interested in crop circles, wanted to make my acquaintance. I went to meet him. We talked for more than an hour, and then this person asked me if I could help him divulge a very important story in an objective way. This person could not, for some reasons, come out in the open himself, thus he needed an intermediary. I answered I would be glad to do what I could, and we agreed to meet again after a couple of months. Indeed, we did meet in January 2009, and he told me he was one of the people directly involved in the so-called friendship for a long part of his life. Once I got back home, I checked the veracity of this story with some experts who confirmed that, As far as they could tell, it was true. At that point I had enough elements to take the story the person told me seriously, and, since I also was positively impressed by this person, I decided to help divulge this fascinating and important story. I am perfectly aware of the fact that I am risking the reputation I built up in years of work, but I'm doing it gladly. Sometimes you have to trust a person when you feel they deserve it. The following text has been given to me by the person who asked me to be his intermediary. He also asked me to respect his wish to remain anonymous for now, and to assure him that the text would not be inserted into a frame which would change its meaning, thus following the golden rule of good journalism. I accepted these two requests, and I will send the text to interested editors without any further comment. Enjoy your reading, and if this seems an interesting testimony to you, please spread the word. A Transversal Confederation. The story of friendship, or simply, the story, as we always called it, is a true one. It involved a group of Italian and non-Italian people for many years, between 1956 and 1990. Some of these people, including myself, are still alive. We had direct, face-to-face meetings with the friends, also called W56, who are extraterrestrials coming both from planets in our own galaxy at a distance of 100,000 light-years and from other galaxies. Here on the Earth they reached the maximum number of 200, living inside underground and undersea bases, some of them along the Adriatic coast, at a depth of about 20 kilometers 12 miles. The first, historical base was located under the area of Ascoli Piceno, a small town in central Italy. Now, I shall briefly refer things that derive exclusively from what I was involved in personally, during an extensive part of my life, and from our direct conversations with the friends. I have viva voce recordings of these, with the friends' own voices. Friendship gathers together various extraterrestrial populations that are different from each other, both as regards physical characteristics. There are tall, small and giant friends, etc., and provenance. There are friends from other universes and dimensions. However, all of them share a fundamental choice towards good. Friendship is a sort of transversal confederation on the basis of a common ideal of life and thought, though great diversifications remain between populations and individuals and between personal choices. This is the very opposite of ideological standardization. The population whom we personally interacted with is composed of individuals, men and women, like us, who are physically very beautiful, some about 3 meters, 10 feet, tall, while others are tiny. However, these are secondary aspects only. What is important is what they represent, beyond the various topologies and endless, folkloristic singularities. The friends are our elder brothers. They are human. Indeed, in comparison it's we terrestrials who are less than human. They are much more human than we are, and that is why they do not show themselves. They are, too, human. For us it is easy to flatter them, but envying them is even easier, due to their perfect humanness. Other populations in the universes have chosen evil, which is often represented by the adoration of energy and knowledge science. This dualism between good and evil is fundamental in order to understand both the still ongoing struggle and why it is so hard for truth to be disclosed to the inhabitants of our planet.
Okay,
The
Paul, you
struggle
need to
between
stop it
good and
there.
evil has always
Paul, you need
existed
to
and is
stop it.
real.
I know we need to wind up, but we need to stop it there, otherwise we're not going to. Now, there was that part there where the aliens apparently told them they were living in our atmosphere and living in the oceans. They were basically here. Yeah. Now that actually makes some kind of sense, doesn't it? So can we dismiss all these people out of hand? No. I think if we do that, we're in danger of throwing out the baby with the bathwater.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to call that all complete and utter bullshit without looking at the evidence, then there's absolutely no point in doing what we're doing.
Yeah. So I was just saying if we can find some images of what these people alleged to taken. So that looks like a Billy
okay,
Meyer
the
one.
photographs. You mean? I don't know what the hell you've typed in there.
Images.
Yeah, that's what they were known as the W65, wasn't it?
Yep. Let's have a look at that one.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
yeah,
a documentary.
That is one of them.
So that could be George's one, is it? I think, or was it Billy Meyer's?
I don't know, but it looks a bit
dodgy.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like a Billy Meyer one.
Yeah.
Doesn't say, does it?
Well, this is the whole thing why I brought up that 1950 Space Brothers movement, Paul. You know, just to maybe put this whole Italian thing to bed. I was asked to curb it, so I have. And I do apologise here, but I don't lend much credence to it at all.
Yes, we're trying to be net. I really hate that. I hate sites that try and bug you to sign up for them. Unfortunately, I wanted to see the image there. What else we got? What are we saying down the side here? Susan, how you going?
Yeah, thank you,
right,
Suzanne.
What doesn't sound right? What have I missed? Oh, right, you're talking about the stats. Yeah, that's what we got. It's up to 23 now. And it's dropped down to 53 minutes.
Yeah, well, to be honest, we had a lot of tech problems at the beginning of the show. And I think many people just dropped off then. You know, they don't want to listen to you.
I don't know. We've been fairly constant.
Fix stuff, you know.
We've been fairly constant on 5 watches. But I think Charles is going to be, isn't he?
Today has been a disaster.
Oh, you say that every time, and it turns out to be one of the better episodes.
Nah, we've done better than this.
It's sorted out now. It's definitely going all right from what I can hear, anyway. And the web is loading, and the
I think
voice reader's working.
some of it maybe been taken out of your hands, you know. The web is overloaded at the moment.
So yeah, I still can't find any images collection of photographs. So that's the sort of thing I'd be more interested in, because they said they looked like they were legit and couldn't be debunked, and I find that a bit bullshitty myself in that article. Because we know the George ones were definitely debunked.
Yeah.
But he wasn't part of the friendship one, though, was he? Was he?
No, he wasn't. No, but I'm just saying that friendship movement started in that whole Space Brothers thing started in the 50s. That was my whole point there.
What's that one there? I think some of it's been debunked, though. Daily Express, what's that guy there?
Oh, Jesus.
First pictures of taken inside UFO. That one we debunked, didn't we? You can see it was amateurish.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Express only put anything about UFOs up to ridicule or when they've run out of something to you won't see much UFO stuff now when they've got coronavirus every day, and they've been making the worst of that.
Yeah.
That's the way they are. Tabloid.
Yes. People are panicking. But I think people are their own worst enemies. The people that have been catching it have been breaking the 2-meter distance. They've been playing football games and all sorts, handing each other the ball, and later 10 of them are infected, you know. That's what we're hearing here on the news. And people are just not heeding the wardens, and people coming into the country and not self-isolating like they should. They're just ignoring everything. And the young children are licking toilet seats and all sorts of crazy stuff. Stunts saying, oh, we're not scared of the coronavirus. Yeah, crazy stuff going on. So what else do you want me to read on this one? You want me to keep on reading this or wrap up or what?
I don't mind if you wrap up now, Paul, because I don't
tired?
think much of this case, you know. No, I'm fine to go.
I am a wee bit exhausted myself. How many hours we've done now? 4 hours now. But was there anything else you wanted to add on past this at all? Anything that we can skip and get on to the better stuff? Like I said, if you had some images that we could look at, that would be good, but I couldn't see any there in a quick search. Someone must have them. They probably got them copyrighted and buried by now, probably. A lot of the stuff there is not online, you know, or if it is, it's behind a paywall or some membership where you got to join. It's not in the search engines, you know. I don't think there's much more. Oh, I guess it's going by that. It's actually 1/4 of the way through on the page.
The struggle between good and evil has always existed and is real, not an invention or a stage effect. The wicked are not the result of a failed scientific experiment, but can freely choose to change and follow good. This struggle between good and evil also entered the life of the terrestrials in our group, and transformed them into particular beings. We had various types of experiences, both mental and moral and phenomenal, face-to-face encounters with some of the friends, conversations with them, sightings of saucers and other flying objects with different shapes, very close sightings of materializations and dematerializations, visits and even long stays inside the underground bases, etc. These marked our personal lives deeply and indelibly and caused us to become particularly vulnerable to the laws, regulations and conventions of our own reality and society, where we continued to live and work with the exception of a few of us who chose to spend the rest of their lives together with the friends. What we experienced with the friends goes beyond any imagination. As a consequence, absolute silence with other people has been a most normal reaction from us, together with our continuous thinking about our experiences over the decades. It was, and still is, a kind of mental mulling and constantly growing awareness of what happened, together with the realization that it cannot easily be put into words. Some of us paid a very high price for our being singled out and abandoned established work and social life patterns. Some of us kept it a total or almost total secret, only opening up to a very few people. Others told the story, but gave a partial or modified version of it on purpose. Why? There are many reasons, and they are complex because there are things one just cannot say even when one has decided to speak out. Furthermore, much of the information has been heavily distorted, trivialized, manipulated and interpreted in arbitrary ways. There has also been contradictory information given, so that a thing has been said and immediately afterwards contradicted, thus generating doubts and, in the end, incredulity on the part of the readers or listeners. This has also touched the fundamental aspects and reasons for the friend's presence among us, and that is why it is now necessary to intervene, rectifying and above all giving the essential points that have not yet been told and denouncing where the opposite has been claimed. Ambiguities and disinformation. The point is that this story and its implications are very complex, where ambiguity, voluntary or involuntary disinformation and a mixture of true and false play a highly important role. Inserting just one obviously unreliable element, for instance, something self-contradictory or ridiculous into a story which is true, makes the whole thing look unreliable, which may indeed well be the conscious or unconscious aim of the person who relates the story. This is not accidental, and does not solely depend upon the bad intention of the person who writes or speaks out or reveals or pretends to be a protagonist while he she merely has second or third-hand knowledge of the subject. On the contrary, this is the consequence of one of the laws that regulate the hidden presence of the friends on Earth. And this is how it has always been, in the past as well as now. The presence of the friends among us is subordinated to certain laws that depend on factors that are hard to explain in words, for they belong to the subtle levels, that is, the non-physical levels of reality. Among these there is the law of ambiguity, duplicity and deception, since this characterizes the condition of terrestrial humans. Thus, all these negative elements are not secondary, but are a crucial part of the rules of the game, and can come into play at any moment, including the moment when an attempt towards disclosure is being made, such as at this present moment.
You're right, it does go on a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah. And it's just a rambling yarn, isn't it?
Yeah. No evidence or saying this and this is definitely hoax. Transcendence, it's to do with taking LSD. Taking drugs to get out of the body. I don't know. What's it say here? We'll just see if I read it out.
Transcendence of what we also call God is at the very core of the teachings of the Friends. This should not be confused with the soul of the universe mentioned above. Here, we have the very opposite of pantheism. For now, however, I am obliged to stop here, though this is by far the most important point and the main reason for the Friends' presence among us, as they themselves told us.
Yeah. Sounds too religiously and spiritualness to me to be taken seriously.
Yeah.
If it was like a group of scientists that got approached and they documented it and changed their view on things, that would be more interesting to me.
And that's another thing, Paul, as well. It doesn't matter what walk of life you come from, you still get fruitcakes in all walks of life. Unfortunately,
I was just trying to find a skeptical view of it.
No, maybe not even fruitcakes. Maybe that's the wrong word, and that's a cruel thing to say. I think a lot of these people are just spiritual, and they're trying to find a way out, something better than what's happening in their real life, So they're looking for an outlet, and they can't find it, so they may be willing to believe in anything. I don't know. I really don't know, but without any evidence, anything I can put my hands on, I just don't see it.
The Queen of Con. The Con. I thought that would sound like an interesting post. But what's it got to do with friendship? Nothing. Probably have to talk UFO in it, probably. Contactees, maybe. I'm just trying to find some other viewpoint where someone's actually did Randall ever look into it? Did Randall do anything?
No,
because he would be.
Randall won't bother with anything unless there's at least a decent amount of anecdotal evidence,
Yeah. Again, it's not coming up, is it? He's talking about fraud and crime instead. Online scams. That's not what I typed in up here, though. What's that got to do? Friendship case proven fraud contactee. And I'm getting all sorts of other crap on Google search. UFO. UFO secret, Amazon. That probably sounds like something that's interesting here. A documentary, is it? 53
You're
minutes.
looking at? No,
I'm just searching. Watch for $0 on Prime. Or you can rent it for $4 up there. What's that mean? Amazon. Is Prime like a monthly subscription, so you get to watch stuff free? Is it? Well, it's not actually free. You're still paying your monthly subscription.
No,
so what's that talking about? The film?
It's not like that, you know. With you don't pay a monthly prescription, Paul. If you sign up, you get a month's free trial. Yeah. And then at the end of that month, if you don't cancel it, listen to me now, yeah, they'll take a whole year's prescription out of your account.
Really?
Yeah, it happens to me.
How much is that then?
And I tell you what, they had loads of UFO documentaries. Guess who it was? God be good.
Oh no.
David Wilcox.
No.
Linda Moulton Howe.
No.
Oh, I was like a pig in shit, wasn't I? I was in tears.
You paid $1,000 to get and watch Linda Moulton Howe.
Well, it was 65 quid, yeah, to listen to those idiots, yeah.
So you know all about blue chickens then. So it doesn't say much about it here, but that probably is a documentary to watch. That might actually have some real footage in the documentary.
Yeah. Well, this one with James Fox should be interesting.
Why is that?
It's been spot a little bit because he's teamed up with Third Phase, hasn't he? Which isn't good.
Well, this puts him into scammer, working with scammers list. Frauds working with frauds. Lots of videos have been deleted. Yeah, it's just not coming up the right search results here at all. Just absolutely rubbish. Allegations against Michael Jackson. What's that got to do with my search thing up here? The Friendship case. Here we go. It's got something here. UFO TV on demand.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, you can't really debunk.
Oh, we looked at that already.
Anecdotal evidence, Paul, because it's just what it is. It's just a story, isn't it?
So we got some pictures. Let's see if it's not what we've seen already. UFO TV is normally okay, but just don't know.
Experiences and then asked me to be the one to do it, and so I was at his house for a month to record his stories. Then I put everything together.
Besides granting his dear friend's wishes, Brecher had set himself another objective.
One reason is to hope that it might work as bait to encourage other people in the group to come forward.
Gaspare de Lama and his wife Mirella are among those still alive today who were involved in the friendship events and who accepted Brecher's invitation to come forward.
Okay, I'm not sure how safe it is to play that one.
No, I don't know either, but you see, you can't just dismiss it all. I think some people did have experiences, you know. Whether it's been blown out of proportion or not, I really don't know.
Well, let's just listen to a wee bit of a clip on it anyway.
Yeah, sure.
But
They now live on the shores of Lake Como. Gaspare admired Stefano's courage to expose himself so directly, despite being a well-known figure in science and academia.
He had no hesitation about exposing himself, and I admired him for that.
E quindi il fatto di espormi e di dire la mia
And so coming out and talking about my experience becomes easy for me, because it gives me great joy.
E la gioia di poter dire a chi ricerca.
The joy of being able to tell people something that can help them understand more, or make their doubts grow or disappear, or strengthen their belief.
Gaspare da Lama became a fan of ufology in the late 40s and, together with his wife, sought a path to greater awareness. Even Gaspare's mother took part in the events.
Gaspare, his mother Zita, and I had finally achieved our goal, which was to get to know them. We were hoping for an experience with teachers who could help us improve.
In the friendship story, Samachicha called the beings by the name of W56. They weren't a single race, but a group of extraterrestrial beings coming from different parts of the universe. Although they looked like humans, there were considerable differences in height, which ranged from 1 to 6 meters. The first encounter took place in April 1956. Bruno Samachicha was there, along with his two friends, Giancarlo and Giulio.
Bruno said that an old friend had given him this parchment because Bruno collected antiques, and while looking at it, they noticed it was a map of the castle above Ascoli Piceno at Roccapiglia. It seemed to be a kind of treasure map, so they decided to go and take a look at the area. They went there more than once without ever finding anything in particular, until one night when they came across these people. At a certain point, these two came out from a path that runs around the castle, introduced themselves and started to talk. One of them was particularly short, about 1 meter in height, and the other extremely tall, 2.5 meters, something like that. As for the rest, they looked like normal people.
But what happened in that encounter? According to the eyewitnesses, the two aliens spoke perfect Italian. The thing that immediately struck them was the strong sense of love that emanated from these beings. The information they gave to Bruno, Giancarlo, and Giulio was awesome, to say the least. They said that Earth had been created for a positive purpose, and that man was turning everything into evil. That the morality level of humans was much lower than their own. They explained that this is a very critical moment in human history. Atomic weapons are capable of destroying the planet in a matter of minutes, a tremendous risk that could come to pass because of our low moral sense. Their task was to ensure that the situation didn't get out of hand. They said they weren't here to conquer, as there was nothing to conquer. That everything stemmed from the need for love and respect, and that everything should be done in accordance. They knew Earth's history, philosophies, and religions perfectly. They said they'd already been on Earth for many centuries, living at secret bases in various places on the planet.
That must be one of the videos.
They preferred not to reveal themselves publicly because people weren't ready for the contact. They expected a positive return from their activity. Their goodness and their truth would be stronger than human doubts.
Trying to. Here we go.
When they left, it was almost...
Yeah. It's a little bit interesting, I have to say. So now you have to understand during the 1950s, once people realized that the Russians had the bomb as well. I think they didn't get it till, well, obviously we had it. from 1945, didn't we? And the Russians, they started their testing in 1949, so they had it then in 1949. So by the 1950s, people were feeling, extremely vulnerable, to be honest. Was it a good time then, to start this cult that we've got these space brothers that are going to save us? And then you could look at it from a different perspective, from maybe Robert Hastings' perspective, where he has a lot of documented evidence to suggest that the aliens were interested in our nuclear facilities. So, this is a bit of a jumble mess. So again, I'll say, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know either, Paul.
So this is one of the videos, so let's see if we can get a better view of it. And slow it down. Yeah, I think we're pretty much done with it here, but that documentary's on that webpage that we first looked at anyway.
Yeah.
We skimmed past it. Slow it down to half a second. Let's have a look. Nice scratch film. Go away. Let's go through trees, which makes it really hard to fake it, doesn't it? Or was it done that again? Doesn't mean it's not a model on a cable though. Looks like it's wobbling all around the place there. Terrible footage. This seems to be swinging around. It's on a cable for sure. Terrible. People worry about our non-HD footage. Look at this rubbish. On an 8mm, is it? That looks so much looks like a fake thing to me, but anyway. Billy Meyer on a bit of a cable. What's happening? Doing some crazy things. So they claim to have met these two aliens, right? So but they look human-like by the sounds of it, but different heights.
What I'm saying, Paul, is you can see how people
closed it again.
Whoa.
I was going to resume it, but
how people would claim to some kind of security, in the 50s either. There's up to 85 million killed during the Second World War. Then all of a sudden, we're faced with a totally new threat again, the Cold War. So, during stressful times like that, you can understand why people would cling to absolutely anything. And these people, maybe con men, were telling a story, and the gullible would, just like Tyler's customers.
Already covered.
Yeah. I don't know if there's to be much interviews in it. But yeah, go and check out the full thing.
Ethics permeated everything about them.
See, look at that. You can see how that's swinging around. It's on a cable.
It's awful, isn't it?
Got too low.
to the point that they would refuse.
Figure that.
Indeed, they said that if they weren't able to avoid harming someone, then in that case they would self-destruct.
It wasn't by chance that the journalist Bruno Ghibaldi was with De Lama and Samachicha during the sighting published by Domenica del Corriere. Ghibaldi was extremely involved in friendship and experienced everything there was to be tried, including the personal encounters with the W-56. Stefano Breccia also knew him. He remembers very well how he joined the group.
W-56, isn't it CRC? Yeah, it doesn't sound like it's doing the pitch shift, so we may be in trouble with that one. I thought I turned it on, but now it turned itself off, huh?
Okay.
Oh well.
At the time, Ghibaldi had a program on television about making model aircraft. Giancarlo had seen it by chance, and he liked this person. He asked for Bruno's permission, and Bruno agreed. As a result, Ghibaldi was brought to Milan to meet Bruno, and starting from then also became a part of the circle.
The presence of the journalist was important because he could indirectly publicize a lot of the information that was given by the friends.
He was a journalist who could help the case by writing about it, while we didn't have any connections like this. He had acquaintances in the field of journalism and television that we didn't have.
The pictures that Ghibaldi took of a UFO over Monte Mario in Rome attracted the attention of Cesare Zavattini. The famous filmmaker interviewed him and put the piece in a documentary film entitled The Mysteries of Rome. The words of Ghibaldi emphasized what the W-56 had said was one of their main tasks on our planet.
Looks like a street lamp.
The control of the nuclear armaments belonging to the superpowers in the fear that man might make the terrible choice of using them, unleashing a total war. In fact, this is one of the key themes of the entire story of worldwide contactism. Adamski, Siragusa, Menja, and many other contactees received the same kind of message from extraterrestrials. And the W-56 actually intervened with their UFOs and their technology, but with previously trained terrestrial operators to stop a situation that seemed it might lead to something irreparable. The incident occurred in 1967.
So, an operation managed by human beings was launched, which was designed to disable all nuclear warheads in the Soviet Union and in the United States in the face of a situation that seemed risky, that might degenerate from one minute to the next. There are books written by officers of the US Air Force, by now retired, which tell the story of how their battery of Minuteman missiles had been rendered inactive by flying saucers revolved in the area.
We've covered that before.
One of the books referred to by engineer Breccia was written by Robert Salas and James Klotz. It contains military documents obtained through the law on the Freedom of Information, the so-called Freedom of Information Act. But there are other clues about the interest these beings had in nuclear weapons. The atomic tests have always been filmed and photographed with special equipment, with technologies that can capture the very first moments of the thermonuclear explosion. In these pictures, we see the explosion in the first few microseconds, when the terrible mushroom cloud hasn't yet formed. In the third snapshot, we note the presence of an Adamskian flying saucer a few meters from the explosion.
Anyway, so where's this? Actually, just click on that. So where's this flying saucer? Seeing things and explosions? That kind of looks like a skull. That looks like a skull there. It looks like two eyes, a mouth, and a nose. That's what I'm seeing. I'm not seeing any flying saucer in that. I'll just mute that there.
Hyperdolia.
Okay, so where's the flying saucer in it? They haven't even circled it in the video. Where? See any UFO? Because I don't. I know there was a bit of talk about it last year, saying that they got UFOs and explosions.
Information. Freedom of Information Act.
We got there before. Where's the thing gone? There. So you can see the thing they got on the stand. I can't see any UFO in it. Kind of looks like a funny explosion though, doesn't it? Certainly got little bits of round light bits in it. What's that? Debris from
the only thing I'd say there is during nuclear testing, personnel on the ground found seeing UFOs on a regular basis, you know. To the point where they actually got used to them.
Well, let's slow it down here and just play that. I don't see anything in it. I think it's just a still image.
Yeah, I don't see anything, Paul.
They're not even circling it, alright?
Bottom left behind the video console.
It's just not playing ball here. As soon as I pause it, I get the stupid bar on the bottom. Okay. Something meant to be there, I think. Where? So this is an explosion cloud, obviously. It's expanding outwards.
Mm-hmm.
And it's catching things on fire, I guess. What's that there? Is that what they're saying is a flying saucer?
Well, it's not very defined, is it? Whatever it is, it's just a blob or something.
Yeah, it's just imagination gone wild, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Pareidolia.
We are playing it. Ah, right. Now I see it. Outline. There.
Mm-hmm.
And we know George Adamski's UFO is a fake one. But there you go. There's the outline there. They could have circled it. But that's just like expanded explosion here, and something shoots out the side here. And it's just making a pattern the same shape as a flying saucer.
Yeah, geez, I don't know.
Yeah, it's not even symmetrical though, is it?
No.
Well, at least we found it anyway. There it is there. But it's the same as the background here, right? I think people, it was probably Street Cat 1 that found that. He always looks for stuff like that, which is just nonsense. So what's this bit sticking out the side here? It looks like something catching fire there. It looks like something shot out from the center, hit down this way from the explosion, and this is the expanded wave front. Does it expand anymore? We want to see the original. Oh look, they're overlaying the image now. There you go. They're modifying it. That's sneaky. Anyway, we better sort of wrap up there. I think we've sort of done a dash on that one.
Yeah.
How do we get out that? Oh, I don't want to get any strike on it. I think we may be doomed for a copyright claim this time, but we'll see. Yeah, so we'll wrap up now, I think. coming up to 5 hours now. I think we did pretty well, considering all the little hassles we had. And I still got to look up this case. I'm going to have to find some time in the week to find that. Like I said, I might open up a midweek one to do a free-for-all thing where people can come on and talk about UFOs. If people are open to that, let me know. Get on Discord, maybe. But yeah, I think everything sounded alright. I haven't heard anyone complain on the side. Testing.
Oh, come on, you've got to admit the first hour and a half was a bit of a catastrophe.
Right. Yeah, it was.
But I think that could have been out of your hands, you know. I think the internet is overwhelmed at the moment.
I don't know. There's something strange going on with the software today, which is kind of weird. But yeah, it's come good now. So we better wrap up now, anyway. But I don't know if you want to conclude anything now to finish up.
Do you know what? In this day and time, my only conclusion is keep safe, people.
Yeah. Good night. Stay safe inside. Please like and share. Well, you got if you are trapped inside, you got plenty of thousands of hours of live shows you can watch on the Out There channel. So if you're really into UFOs and debunking or just a video analysis, and we're not allowed to use the debunk word, are we? Leaves a bitter taste in the believer's mouth. I could just try and change it to video analysis now because we can get away from debunk.
Yeah. It's just a category that it shouldn't be put in. Do you know what I mean? Because people, if you class yourself as a debunker, people see you as like Philip Klass or Shostak or Michael Shermer and all the others, you know?
Yeah, it's a mentality thing. So we need a different word. Truth.
Skeptic is fine. Skeptic.
No, even that's bad now. Anyway.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, stay
Critical
safe.
thinker.
Okay, let's wrap it up, guys, before anything else goes wrong. Okay. Can relax now. We're just winding up. Here we go, hopefully. I'm hearing hissy sounds for some reason. Sounds alright there. I think it might be my fan noise being picked up in the headset.
Yeah, that could have been the hissy sound the other day.
I think that's just my background of the fan that's breaking through the noise cancellation. Good night, Kiwi shutting down the studio and the Matrix.
I'll see you on Facebook. I'm going to grab something to read right now, Paul.
We got some after show processing to do, and I'll be on Discord. I'm always on Discord anyway.
Okay.
If I'm not at the computer, I will see the message at some point on Discord because it runs off the tray.
You don't run it. Hours in the morning now, so.
No. It's over here. It's only 3 p.m.
Yeah, but it's 5 past. It's 2 a.m. for me.
Alright. Yeah, I forgot about that. But then we got the daylight savings coming in as well.
But we might have to alter the hours, but we'll talk about that again. Yeah.
Yeah.